Friday. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura has warned that heavy rains is expected to continue in the Central Highlands, Western Kenya, Lake Victoria Basin, Southeastern Plains and the coastal region. Mwaura added that Lamu County has reported 1 or 3 cases of cholera and that the government is on the way to ensure that they are treated and others are vaccinated in Taita Taveta County. 2 other people are missing after they were reported to have been swept away by the floods. In Msambweni in Kwale County and Kaloleni in Kilifi County, 5,000 residents have been affected after their homes and properties were washed away.
Kuna watu tumewatoa katika nyumba walikuwa juu ya madari kule. Hao Red Cross tumewapigia simu kutoka maji yanapokuja hawajaonekana. Hiyo kazi tumefanya wenyewe mpaka tumeimaliza wenyewe.
By the time tukitoka nje maji yalikuwa yashatuzunguka yanafika kwa kiuno. So tungeweza tujaribu kutoka lakini hatukuweza. Kitu tunashukuru Mungu haiingia ndani ya nyumba. Kama vile mnaona ni kwa compound tu lakini kitu kimetusaidia ni ukuta na mengine yalikuwa yanatoka mpaka chini.
Yaani hata kulala hatujalala, tunasikitika, hakuna msaada wote from morning till now. Tumeitana Red Cross mpaka saizi hatujaona msaada wote. So tunashindwa sisi kama wananchi tufanye nini? Mtoto ni wa 2 days ametolewa mchanga amelowana. Hakuna msaada wote. Tutafanya nini sisi?
Pigwa na jirani yangu simu saa 9 akaniambia maji yanashuka. Kwa hiyo watoto wangu wako kwa maji hapo ndani. Hatujapata msaada mpaka sasa hivi. Tunaomba serikali tutumete Red Cross tuweze kutoa watoto ndani ya nyumba.
The floods have damaged some roads and affected transportation such as the Moyale, Dabel, Buna, Eldas, Gritu, Wajia Road, which is impassable in parts of Dela, Kurondile and Buna Road. CS Kipchumba Murkomen has said that the government will repair the roads affected by the rains.
Na kusema ukweli maji ambayo kwa mfano iliharibu kwa bridge yetu hapa ya Garissa ama yale maji yamesababisha madhara huko Luwak Town ambayo Luwak Town yote imeathirika ama yele yote yamefanyika kukata barabara zetu kwenda Bura kuelekea Tana River. Hiyo yote haingeweza kuebukika na hakuna njia nyingine tungeweza kuvuka, lakini kupitia ushirikiano wa serikali tukatafuta njia na sasa hivi ili bridge yetu ya Garissa imefunguliwa na hii bridge ya kutoka pia ile connection ya kutoka Nairobi kuja Garissa na connection kutoka Tana River kuja Garissa sasa imekuwa restored.
And Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has criticized some governors who are engaging in political meetings instead of dealing with the citizens who've been affected by floods. Speaking in Tana River County while leading a food distribution exercise, Gachagua said it's important for governors to put the people who elected them first instead of playing politics.
Na nimefurahi sana governor, nimekukuta hapa kwa ground. Unajua mambo yote ya raia ni hapa ground pahali wananchi wako. Wenzako wengine wanashida press conference wanapiga kelele. Hakuna mambo yanaweza tatuliwa katika press conference. Hii maneno ya hii shida ni hapa kwa ground pahali wananchi wako. Ndio upate kujua shida iko wapi. Pahali madawa inatakana unapeana. Pahali chakula inatakana unapeana. Kwa hivyo washa tusaidiane sote county government na hawa development partners wetu tusaidiane katika hili janga, hii shida kubwa ya mafuriko ya El Nino, na mimi najua Mwenyezi Mungu atatusaidia, atatuonea huruma na sisi tukiendelea kulete usaidizi.
Speaking in Garissa, Gachagua said that the government will ensure that all flood victims receive humanitarian assistance.
I've been chairing meetings with key stakeholders in Nairobi. I've also visited those adversely affected in Mombasa County to have a first-hand experience of the damage. It is not a good experience. I want to assure you that we are alive to the impact of the rains. We are here to ensure your comfort at this time of crisis. We have released 451,000 Kenya shillings for cash transfers to 119,000 poor and vulnerable households in 8 arid counties including Garissa.
And Kenya, through the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, has called upon both local and global partners of goodwill to come on board to sponsor the tree planting drive where Kenya seeks to grow 15 billion trees by 2032. At the COP28 climate conference in Dubai, the ministry said Kenya needs 500 billion shillings for the initiative with a budget of 50 billion shillings a year. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aceto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. Since I'm not shipping out. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation.
Good morning. It's Tuesday and not much happening on the roads right about now. We will definitely see movement later, but let's just take a quick scan about town and see what's going on. As you're coming onto Mombasa Road and heading into the city, you'll be just all right. Traffic is flowing and doing so smoothly. Langata Road also looks good. It's coming in from the southern bypass. Jago Road has not started to pile up with traffic just yet, but we're seeing a little bit of movement right around the Pangani underpass, the channel as you head into the city. And as you're coming out of Westlands, you'll be all right for now. Lower Kawete looks good as it does on Limuru Road. So it looks like we're starting Tuesday off all right. We're going to keep an eye on things as it gets closer to traffic hour later. In the meantime, how about we talk on SpiceFM KE on X?
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to...
How are you?
Ednah, this headphone is mono. Haina sauti kwa hii masikio ingine. Maybe ni shida na masikio. But I can hear you from both ears without the headphones. When I put on the headphones, I only hear you from one side. Yeah? Iko na shida. Ednah ameniletea headphone mpya, brand new. Acha tuone hii.
These two have
Siti.
them.
Yes, please. Shuka chini.
Hey God.
Kaa tu chini.
Alafu mpatie hiyo look kama
Then I can continue the look. Na look see.
Yeah, it's the ear.
It's the ear.
This one is good. How are you doing? Uko namna gani?
Mimi niko poa.
Very good. Very good. Welcome to Wednesday.
Today is Tuesday, my darling.
See, I'm telling you, welcome to Wednesday. Simini nakusho.
Oh, in advance.
Simini nakusho.
Sawa basi.
Huh?
Hakuna shida.
You think everybody thinks it's Tuesday.
After all,
But
somebody just woke up one day and said, these are the days. So it's true. It could actually be another day.
Yeah. Me nakusho. It's Wednesday.
Sawa boss.
Yeah. Bwana Muga.
Yes, please.
How you doing?
I am very well, thank you.
Hey. God bless you.
Well, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, hang on. Hold on. Hold up. Eric, how are you this morning?
I'm fine.
You seem to be quite chipper.
Cheaper than what?
No. Silly.
Sere mangot.
Sere mangot. I'm actually laughing at you because I actually don't have anything to tell you.
Unanishukisha bei asubuhi.
Hata bwana kujifanya tunaficha ficha. Ndio chipa.
Sure.
Ani babu gharama umepunguzwa. Au ni dhamana ndio imepunguzwa.
Yeah bwana.
If people
hivyo tu pa.
If I didn't know you people.
Right.
Tunashukisha bei asubuhi.
Hivyo tu pa. Kama bei ya unga. Hata bei ya unga haijashuka mimi
Yaani unalinganisha Eric na bei ya unga wewe.
Hata bei ya unga iko juu.
Please you should leave me alone.
If you want to compare
cheaper, not cheaper.
You need to compare it na fuel because your bei inazidi tu kupanda.
Expensive things.
Expensive.
Oh, need $1. Ama sterling pound. Kitu kama hiyo.
Mafuta.
Mafuta. Yeah. How are you, everybody? Kaiser Obed says good morning to you all.
Kaiser, good morning.
Kaiser says good morning. And Sophie Kenya will be watching this conversation late at night. Say hello to Sophie.
Sophie, good morning. Sophie is maybe 3 hours away
but
behind us?
She'll be watching it like after 10 hours.
Okoh?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody. We're glad that you're tuned in. Let me shortly tell you what we shall be discussing today. If I get that thing that Ednah usually does, the thing, I've found it.
Well done.
But today is an international day of something on consumer protection. And so on 7 a.m.
Competition day.
Competition.
Yes.
Competing for what?
So, what we are looking at is creating a safe environment for competition amongst products and brands and those who create them. And so in 1980, the United Nations General Assembly said, look, these are the parameters that we must set. and they then set aside the 5th of December as a day to commemorate that there will be safe practice when it comes to different things that would be factors towards the how businesses are affected, from employment to workforce situations and atmospheres, etc., etc. So the body in Kenya that's responsible for dealing with that is the Competition Authority of Kenya.
That's the one.
Voila.
Yes. Okay. So because it's World Competition Day, we shall be having a conversation with the boss of the Competition Authority of Kenya, who will be joining us at 7 a.m. to talk to us. His name is Boniface Makongo. He's been here before. He's the Director of Competition and Consumer Protection at the Competition Authority of Kenya, enhancing consumer welfare through competition law enforcement. That is 7 a.m. At 8 a.m., let's talk about molecular cancer research and why molecular cancer research is important towards tackling the cancer burden in Kenya. We'll be joined by Dr. Victor Oginga Oria. He is the Lead Research Fellow, Biotech Research and Innovation Center, Copenhagen Chief Scientist, Integrated Cancer Research Foundation of Kenya. 8 a.m., conversation like that one. And then at 9, we'll be joined by nominated Member of Parliament, Sabina Chege, who is the whip of the Jubilee Party in Parliament.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether Murada will say the same, but okay, Sabina is the whip. Jubilee's position in coalition politics, let's talk about that and understand. So, Jubilee in Parliament and Jubilee outside Parliament, are they the same? Do they speak the same voice? That is at 9
a.m.
in the morning. Hiyo mambo yote inakuja namna hiyo.
Namna hiyo.
17 minutes after 6, we are live streaming the show as usual on YouTube and Facebook. If you're online like Kaiser Obedis, say hello to Eric, CT, Ndu, and Madam Ednah. Ndu will tell us the weather, and then we'll do like that.
It's cloudy this morning in Nairobi at 16 degrees, highs of 24 and lows of 15, and we'll see lows of 13, and a partly cloudy Nakuru at 13 with highs of 25. 24 will be the high, and a partly cloudy Nyeri at 13, and we'll see lows of just that. 12 will be the low in Eldoret, where it's partly cloudy at 12, going to highs of 24. Mombasa this morning is clear at 25 with highs of 31. We'll see highs of 31 as well. In a partly cloudy Malindi this morning. Kisumu was clear at 18, highs of 27, and it's 15 and cloudy in Kakamega, going to highs of 27 as well. In Kampala this morning, cloudy conditions at 19 with highs of 26. The sun will shine this morning at 26 in Dar es Salaam with highs of 30. In Johannesburg, it's mostly clear at 19, highs of 31, and Mogadishu is mostly cloudy at 26 with highs of 32. 24 will be the high in Addis Ababa, where it is clear at 18. Lagos is partly cloudy at 26 with highs of 32, and at 22, Kinshasa is clear with highs of 29. 5 degrees is what it is in a sunny Beijing Tuesday afternoon. We'll see highs of 9 and lows of 0. It's a rainy morning in Paris at 7 degrees with highs of 8 and lows of 4, while London is cloudy at 4. It'll go to highs of 7 and lows of 1. Monday night is clear at 7 degrees in New York, coming into Tuesday, highs of 11 and lows of 3.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Awake this morning.
Very good.
Linus, okay, let's start from the top, shall we? Afro-Jamaican says, good night from cold Toronto, one love family. Mikrat Farming says, good morning, everybody. Happy to be here. Don Sabwa, CT, Eric, Ndu, greetings from Nyasaland, Lilongwe, Lake Malawi. We are getting you loud and clear. In Malawi, Lake, we say Nyanja. CT, say Nyanja.
Nyanja.
You've said lake. Sir George Gashoiri says good morning into CT. Ednah and Eric. Happy Tuesday from Manchester. R says tunawasikia hapa Alberta, Canada. Joe Mungai says from Bonny Lake. Hodi tuendelea kuvumilia kuwa wa Kenya. No.
Tunaendelea tu.
The lady is greeting you. She says, good morning, Ndu City and Eric. Kisumu Dala Kama Kawaida is tuned. Say hello to Ednah. Ednah, you've been helloed. George Nganga says, George Nguge is here loud and clear. Emmanuel Mutua says, good morning. Joseph Otima says, good morning, team. It's a cool day in Eldoret. Ndu, any updates on Shakahola? Well, it's interesting because just the other day, Malindi court sentenced Mackenzie to 1.5 years in prison for broadcasting content without a license and without prior authority, with no option of a fine.
So we have to look for a way to legitimize keeping Mackenzie behind.
Yeah, so that's one way to keep him there. But the trial on other charges is yet...
will never begin.
Yeah, is yet to begin because, we're waiting for them to continue with this exhumation. So that's the update so far. George Nganga said he's tuned in. Emmanuel Mutua is tuned in as well. Desmond Otis says, good morning. Nowadays, you skip my text. It cannot be because I am reading it right now. Am I not? Uhanya Beach is locked. Joel Odonde is tuned in and says, Kansas is represented and we are fine this evening. It is warmer, but warm for us is still very cold in Kenya. Looking forward to a great show today. Indeed. Good morning, people of Spice. We love listening to you guys from London, Ontario. Jennifer Atenyi says, good morning. Latiff Ndu Charles. A very good morning, my fellow Kenyans. Good morning from New Delhi. Saying hello to all of you. Evans Ntabo says, good to be here. Good morning, checking in. We'll sit back and enjoy the conversation, says James Mwangi. Jockey Dwiga says, good morning, team. Linus also says good morning and says, in Bavaria, which is in Germany, it's warmer than 3 days when we're at -3 from -12.
Wow.
We dress like onions with layers of clothes.
What?
Mashari and Jerry is also tuning in from Portland, Oregon. Davis is tuning from Bahrain. Tibbs Muga says he's tuned in as well. Totti Bishop is here. Robert Bogo is in the house as well. Karanja Jehia is tuned in this morning, says good morning to everybody. Steve Otenyo is here. Angor is tuned in from Saboti. Linus is also here and says the discussion about disabilities was cool. The government needs to do more. Alex Mnai says, buenos dias, mi amigo. Ndu City and Eric, another day we thank God. Indeed we do. I love Eric's sweater. Ni billion gapi?
Kadhaa.
Ndio hiyo. Washoga Toto says, good morning, people. New specs, Eric. They are just hitting us left, right, under, everywhere.
Alafu mtu mwingine anishukisha bei.
You're not going to let that go, are you? Eddie Odor, we see you, brother. Good morning to you, my people. Koru hasn't had any rain for 5 days. 5 days! That is something good for the holiday takers. Come see the only blue goat in the world. Atike.
Wapi uko? In Koru. Okay.
Yeah. Everybody's in this morning. Emmanuel, Anthony, Sam, Brian, Rogers, Kennedy, Cyrus, Owen, Monica. Good morning, everybody. We see you. Karibuni sana.
City Muga, Eritrea. Day 2 of Eritrea.
Yeah.
The book is still in the bag.
Once upon a time.
Proverbs this week are from the country of Eritrea.
They are.
It is a single party. It's a single party republic.
Single party. It's called unitary.
Yeah.
Moja. But the population is around 6 million. They're not that many.
Right.
But what is interesting, when I did the Google thing, they didn't even give, they gave a range. It's between 3.6 and 6 or something. So I said, okay, if you insist.
So they haven't conducted an official census. That's what Google is trying to tell us.
Google is trying to give us an impression that is what they have done.
All right.
Okay? Right. A proverb. When an old man who by himself carries a load on the head and another in his hand, he must have played in his youth.
When an old man by himself carries a load
on his head, another in his hand,
he must have played in his youth.
He did bring jokes.
He was joking.
And the jokes have caught up with him.
Hakupata watoto wa kubeba mzigo.
No. Hata jirani.
Yeah. Yeah. That one, I don't know. Hiyo tutasikia watu wakiinterpret. Haya, what's in the headlines?
Raila changes tack to rein in Ruto excesses. Really? With President Ruto facing challenges defending his actions in court, Azimio leader is on the corridors of justice and has gotten interim orders to stop the sale of parastatals, saying the government bypassed the public in the dealings and went about it without scrutiny. So we saw that yesterday. High Court has said, what? Wait a minute. Let's just look at this thing properly. So for now, they're selling nothing. TSC on unions warpath over the JSS intern contracts. Remember what the unions had said, look, you're looking to hire more teachers and make them interns. How about you take these interns, the 40,000 of them, and you make them teachers? There's a JSS issue here and you needed qualified teachers. Can we just give them contracts and make them teachers? So that's another issue. So COP28, the Conference of Parties, the 28th edition, it continues in Dubai. And there's an interesting special report where it talks about hospitals could close because of climate change. You wonder, isn't it? Yes. DRC's future uncertain as troops pull out. The EAC force has begun withdrawing troops from the DRC just days to the election, eroding peace dividends gained in 1 year. So that's a bit of a sticky situation. Salva Kiir has a lot to discuss as the current chair of the AC, and the talks are on. Why Raila blocks sale to state firms is what's on the front page of The Nation. From Dubai to India, President William Ruto takes his 43rd trip. The president is in New Delhi for a 2-day visit. A big win for Nairobi as it gets a slash of 4.5 billion shillings funding to improve air quality. So money will be coming into Kenya for that. MPs fight.
Air quality.
Yeah.
The current quality is one thing.
It's not good. So, we want to clean up the city. Nairobi specifically.
Okay.
So, it's, breathe easier, things like that.
I'm breathing easy already. I mean, how will I know there's a difference?
When the clean air comes, utajua. So, I've been suffering all this time. You know the song that says, never sudri what when da. Never feeling cold when it starts to snow. Something. That one. This is now that
you
song.
Never know till you let it go.
Exactly. Never know a lover. That one. Now, you won't know clean air until it actually comes. Now then you know, this is what I've been missing all this time. That's the effect that these folks are looking for.
I personally.
You personally?
No clue what you're talking about. So, or should I say what you're singing about?
When clean air slaps you in the face.
That air from before was terrible.
I will not have been slapped.
See. MPs fight draft law seeking to clip the powers over pay. So they're up in arms once again. And Pastor Michael Joroge, A Tale of Sex, Fake Miracles, Spectacular Downfall and Death.
God.
Hey! One man.
Big one.
Something must kill a man.
Pastor.
Voila. A real pastor.
Yes. The Summer Business Daily.
Summer, please.
Oh, yeah. You know that aircraft manufacturing company called Airbus? Right? Airbus is a European. Boeing is the American. Airbus picks Kenya for first drone hub. They're coming to hub in Kenya for the drone.
Coming to Hobnob. Sorry.
European airspace giant Airbus is eyeing Kenya as the base for its first Earth station for high-altitude communication drones, opening the potential for up to 1,000 jobs for locals. Airbus subsidiary AALTO, which has developed the solar-powered Zephyr high-altitude platform station, said it plans to set up the operation hub in Laikipia County from early next year, subject to regulatory approvals in Kenya. That is where the story is. Subject to regulatory approvals in Kenya. From January next year. If they're given approvals, January next year, there'll be a hub, which will be Houston. So it'll be like Laikipia to...
What does that mean, hub? I mean, in this context.
So basically, they run these high-altitude drones, So they'll be flying off Laikipia, and then they'll be controlled from Laikipia.
Nanyuki is in Laikipia? There's an airbase?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
So it'll be, Laikipia to Zephyr. Okay, it doesn't communicate back because it's an unmanned drone. Higher. Anyway, taxman escalates fight with lawyers. The Kenya Revenue Authority is escalating its fighting with lawyers, insisting that some law firms underdeclare their incomes, denying the state revenue. According to KRA, some of these law firms are reducing their tax liabilities by claiming withholding tax credits without showing that the cash in their clients' accounts earned interest, and 15% withholding tax deducted by banks as the withholding agents. Bas, hey, what a pelekana. Ticker headlines: shares planned for locals in privatization push. Volatility hits Kenya's $2 billion Eurobond. Volatility, and we are paying. The price of Kenya's maturing $2 billion Eurobond has become volatile as investors angle for a potential premium when the government settles a $300 million December installment. Announced. Banks' profit dips 4.9% in a rare decline. Nona?
It's rare.
It's a rare decline.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
What's in the Star?
In the Star, top right-hand corner until green, blow for media, lost revenue, gamblers as MPs push new betting law. Simple. No advertising between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m.
And 10 a.m. or p.m.
What did I say?
10 a.m.
Okay, let me just confirm. Maybe I got it wrong.
Try again.
So no betting at all?
No. An advertisement, Baba, advertisement.
No advertisements for betting?
Yes.
And what do we classify as betting?
6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
What do we classify as betting?
Betting Asibu.
Yo itatupiga.
Advertisement, us in the media will suffer.
Yeah. Anyway, another headline.
Right. Kenyan to be feted for novel climate solutions. 2 young people will be celebrated as winners of the UN Global Climate Action Award during the UN Climate Change Conference COP28 in Dubai later this week. Sebastian Maura, Kenyan, will be awarded in Dubai alongside Michelle Zarate Palomac of Mexico.
Right.
Then there's this sad story. Attempted mugging. A British soldier was shot dead when he was touring Ngong Hills. It is being alleged that the people who shot him had tried to rob him, but he resisted. So they shot him.
He was hiking Ngong Hills.
He was riding
on Ngong Hills.
Apparently it's a very popular destination for people who want to ride. New rules. Banks defying CBK to pay 20 million fine.
Okay.
A story. And then bang in the middle of the paper, auditor faults agency over quality of blood. Myriad problems including storage of blood bags rather, not body, broken equipment, poor surveillance. This is what the Auditor General found when he was doing the little walkabout. Further interviews with KNBTS staff in the sampled 15 of the 27 enters revealed equipment gaps in the blood cold chain. There was also inadequacy in the routine preventative maintenance of the available equipment. This story of blood storage, blood donation and everything. Right.
I beg.
Let's just do the traffic.
Tongale do traffic. Please.
Yeah, please just tell us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We see a build-up on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. It's looking good on Limuru Road. We're not going to see much, at least not for now. Traffic hour usually is the time that all of this kicks in. Onto Waiaki Way, it's looking good as well. James Gishura flowing free, crossing over Waiaki Way, Kiona Road, and then out into Spring Valley. All this not too too bad for now. The Thika Superhighway also looks good, coming well in from Githurai. And also we're looking at some traffic on Jago Road heading through towards Landis and then out towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. All right. Apart from that, I think it looks pretty good. The outer ring, also not an issue here. Cabanas towards North Airport Road, some movement here and there. And Mombasa is also starting to pile up as you get through towards Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Uhuru Highway will be busy, but that'll be later. And it's all wait and see kind of thing. So let's wait and see. In the meantime, talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X. Let's keep things moving this Tuesday.
Pick one thing to piss us off this morning.
Yeah? Okay. Now,
okay, give us
page
good news
10.
then. You can give us good news then if you don't have. Okay, continue. Page 10.
Okay, so here we go. Of the Nation.
Right.
A tale of sex and fake miracles that led to a dramatic downfall. It is unfortunate because many people also fell in the trap.
Mm-hmm.
In his heyday, Pastor Michael Njoroge of Fire Gospel Ministries in Nairobi lived like a king. He flew choppers, doof. He drove luxury vehicles, and he wined and dined with the who's who in society. He made sure his followers on social media followed his every story, luxury spend or expensive ride. This was until his world crumbled after undercover reporters unmasked how he used to coach commercial sex workers to give fake testimonies for pay. The idea was to woo more vulnerable faithful to his church on an idea that initially worked well until he fell out with Esther Mwende, a call girl he had picked on the streets of Thika town. He had sex with her and later coached her into acting like she had a deformed mouth. Good grief. Which she would then say she was healed for after being prayed for by Njoroge. You follow me so far?
Yes.
All right. Mwende went to give the fake testimony in church, but later exposed Njoroge after he failed to pay her as agreed. I said something must kill a man. Njoroge died 3 months ago after he suffered a heart attack while in his home in Thika Town, Kiambu County, and was hurriedly buried in Yandara County. His body was quietly moved to the Montezuma Funeral Home and a few kilometers from Thika Town and booked under a moniker. An insider in the facility told The Nation Sunday. In March this year, they had sought to interview Njoroge after it emerged that he had plunged into depression and eventually alcoholism after his fortunes vanished. He promised to call back, maintaining that he was in Kitengela. Now, he said that he had Googled the name and that he was finding out in most of the stories that were written about problems and people who stole what they were, what they had at that point. The problem with Kenyan journalists, he said, is that you're obsessed with bad news. Okay? I will personally call you when I am ready and not before. Miriam Njoroge, 45, is the widow of the late pastor. When reached out to her for an interview Sunday, she termed her late husband as a canny businessman and pastor who was aggressive and shrewd when it came to getting what he wanted. She said he had flaws as a man. His biggest undoing was women. This is his wife. He had failed.
The wife is saying his biggest undoing was women.
Yes.
Okay.
She said he had failed marriages, and when he married me in the year 2008, he had just left another marriage. Since he was exposed by the media, everything turned upside down. He tried to revive his church, but only a few members then turned up. Then COVID-19 came, and we were completely finished.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a story of how, things went from, would I even call them good, from flourishing to nothing, and the fella eventually died, giving rise to a lot of stories that we see about what then is religion holding for many people, connecting to folks like Mackenzie and what is being promised from the pulpit. That was an interesting way to start the morning.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember that story and when it was aired, and the lady Mwende saying, this guy, he played me. He was supposed to pay me,
and he didn't.
I delivered my end of the bargain, and the guy just came here and kaninyang'anya pesa yangu.
Imagine.
Nairobi is among 3 cities that are in Africa that will benefit from 4.5 billion shillings initiative to improve air quality. City, now you listen to this one clearly. The funding is significant for the health of about 6 million people who live or work in Nairobi and who, according to WHO, breathe air that has a huge concentration of fine particulate matter. You hear the problem you have, City? You breathe in fine particulate matter.
When did I start breathing this particulate matter?
For a long time.
Even now.
How long have you been living in Nairobi?
I've been living in Nairobi for long.
You are full of fine particulate matter.
And this is scientifically proven.
Yes, by WHO. The financial support is supposed to enhance air quality, data, community engagement and capacity building in the Kenyan capital, which will also benefit from technical engagement as part of the Breathe Cities Clean Air Initiative that was announced at COP28. Other cities in Africa that will get this funding are Accra in Ghana and Johannesburg in South Africa. The funding announced by the Bloomberg Philanthropies, the Clean Air Fund and C40 cities aims to reduce air pollution, slash carbon emissions and enhance public health. Ati hii pesa inakuja community engagement, building capacity. I don't know how the air will become clean.
Don't think that I understand. Oh, you joined me, have you? All right.
It didn't take too long.
All right.
Through an evidence-based strategy that combines data, policy, and community engagement, Breathe Cities has the ambitious goal of contributing to reducing air pollution by 30% on average across participating cities by 2030. So, there'll be community engagement. That's why you come in, city community engagement, because they'll have data and policy, and now community engagement. So you stop breathing in fine particulate matter, because there'll be data.
I have an idea of what you're trying to say, but I still don't get it.
What do you think they're saying? So what are they going to do? How are they going to clean the air?
That's the thing. Is it some equipment? Is it some machine? Are we going to have face masks?
Do you suck in the air and then you go into a vacuum? What happens?
Or is it something you sip every morning and it clears? What is it?
It's like a filter you change like a vacuum.
It's data.
Right.
It's policy. It's community engagement.
To clean the air.
Fine particulate matter.
We're doing very, very well until we go to that last bit. Because then
so maybe what they mean, I'm just taking a stab here.
Let me quote one of them, directly. With the right technology, data and policy, cities can lead the way in cleaning the air. Bloomberg Philanthropies is looking forward to working with these cities to help them implement ambitious solutions that will help improve and save lives. The cities will join together in a first-of-its-kind partnership to exchange knowledge and scale local impact. These cities were selected for their commitment to advancing ambitious policies addressing the dual challenges of air pollution and climate emissions. The participating local governments were also chosen based on their criteria such as geographic diversity, air pollution and emissions intensity, engaged civil society, strong political interest and leadership, scalability potential, and capacity to implement action plans, among other metrics. You get it?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
There's this conference taking place in Dubai.
That's the one.
COP. Okay, that one.
Yes.
Also, Africa, this continent, has been selling or buying or receiving credit for their carbon. Or whatever it is that they're doing with carbon credit. So, how can we be in a position to barter or to be able to allow people to benefit from the greenery that is a good climate, which we seem to have in abundance, and then all of a sudden we need some filter to be cleaning the air? I mean, this is the thing. I'm not getting it. If you're telling me, yes, I'm thinking as I'm speaking. If you're telling me that it's one of these huge industrialized cities where there's smog everywhere, yes, I understand that, and I'll understand it immediately. Here,
you don't think you have a dirty air here?
Nairobi. See.
Yes, air is not clean.
That's cold.
Fine particulate matter.
Okay, fine. I will go with the particulate. It is okay. So, what are they selling exactly?
They're not selling.
Oh, they are selling.
It's community engagement.
They are selling. Take it from me.
So for people to start
all this much English.
So
something
is it that you want to actually go and clean the air, or what you want to do is you want to now include policy that is going to reduce the amount of pollution you emit. That's it. So that over time,
so for example,
the air will get cleaner.
Let me give you. You see Moses Derito?
Yes.
He'll cool us some of this money. Basi go. Okay? And if he's listening, I'm sure. If he's not in this lineup, then this thing is fake. Because he'll be bringing in the electric buses. Yeah. So if we increase the number of electric buses on Kenyan roads, right,
yes,
we are reducing emission. That is reducing fine particulate matter. Okay? You see Friends of Karura Forests.
Yes.
Friends of the Nairobi Arboretum.
Yes.
And others such as people.
Yes.
Plant more trees.
Friends of Bichuki Park.
Yeah, Friends of Bichuki Park. Absorb, carbon. Okay? Yeah. You see all these companies that are members of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers that are installing solar panels, right?
Yes.
And reducing use of, I don't know what, and the other. Those ones. Because now they are no longer emitting. So we are basically reducing our emissions.
That's it.
And the emissions that we're producing, we have a proper carbon sink around Nairobi in terms of the national park, the various forests and parks that we have.
We're getting rid of this particulate.
And the particulate now reduces. And then now we engage the community so that the community stops.
And the community can now follow policy.
Yeah.
Yes.
No farting in public.
Particulates. There are things you just say, okay, I've heard. Then you leave it at that. That. Because me, I've understood nothing.
You got nothing.
Me?
It's 4 billion shillings.
No.
Instead of looking at how you can particulate
I
yourself.
remember when this 2 billion shilling was first borrowed. There's a lady.
200 billion.
Yes.
The $2 billion.
Dollars, yes. Yeah. There's a lady who declared. We even spoke about it. She says, she just wants her share. So it's for Kenya. Just do the math. We ask you 50, how many million? She wants her share. She will decide what she's going to do with it. Now, this clean air and the need for it to be purified, I get and understand all that. Not that I don't understand it, but anyway, we shall see. I'm sure it shall become clearer with the passage of time.
Tell us a story.
Happy story, yo. All right. Key issues affecting blood collection services.
Yes.
Okay. 1, lack of sufficient blood storage facilities. Now imagine if you don't have storage facility for blood. Shida kubwa kabisa. Major.
Yeah.
Compromised quality and safety of blood and blood products. 3, erratic supply of bags for collection of blood and blood products. Breakdown of equipment and lack of reagents for processing blood. Inadequate resources for supply of adequate and safe blood. Remember, blood safe, meaning it's been tested, it's been determined, it is good.
Yeah.
Inadequate mobilization, recruitment, and retention of blood donors. This one, big problem. Once upon a time, this is something was done annually, and school students were happy to announce that they were actually blood donors. Somewhere along the line, this thing got lost. KNBTS does not meet its own blood collection targets. Kenya National Blood Services. 8, delayed accreditation of labs, meaning labs that are accredited and are able to provide safe. Okay?
Safe processing of blood.
All that. Quantity, safety, all that.
Okay.
Outdated blood policies and guidelines. Lack of an appropriate legal and supervisory framework. All these years we've been in Kenya, we've not had, and I started donating blood as a student. We didn't have a supervisory framework. How then was the blood?
But we have the agency. They're saying that it has loopholes. It's not sufficient.
They're suggesting that it has loopholes and that it has been overtaken by events. There's a lot now happening. The demand is even greater.
Yeah.
remember one of the problems when we were first talking about this, if you recall, there was problem not just with the quality of blood. Remember, there was this issue of how do you determine who needs blood most, and how does the person who needs it the most get it? Okay? Now, if the blood services were available in all, say in all the counties, okay, the argument is who supervises to make sure that all these things they're talking about are actually done?
True. Good question.
We're joking around with the Kenya National Blood Transfusion Service.
Yes, we are.
Big time.
Big, majorly. And, you know, with the weaknesses that they have, we've seen those guys doing the blood drives, collecting blood and all. But then you see, if they don't have proper, like you've said, regulatory framework,
yes,
if they don't have proper budgetary allocation for them to actually increase more blood banks in the regions, if they don't have proper transportation framework, in all those things, it's just horrible. And this whole conversation, actually, that's one of the things that we need to find out now. With the rollout of UHC, how is, we are talking about NHIF, we are talking about all those things. We are not talking about blood and such others.
And remember, for the longest time, this function of Medicare was funded, 100% funded. That the contribution that was made on this side was in terms of human resource. And then we saw the whole reduction from PEPFAR over time that affected, the output. But the painful thing is that we cannot see what was done from the almost total absence of this donor funding when it came to blood and its services to then what was needed to be done to make sure that you have a functioning blood service in the country. We didn't see that. And now here we are. And the question is, what's going to happen?
And all these stories I've been reading here, all these matters, were raised by the Auditor General. Yep. In her report, she said this one, it's alarming. It's not only alarming, but the inadequacies compromise quality, safety of blood transfusion. When the Auditor General tells you there's a massive shortage of blood in the country, it's not a pleasant thing to be told.
No, it isn't.
It isn't.
It's very scary.
And that entire report just gets a footnote.
Yep.
In the health conversation. It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Okay, so, I'm going to go back to education because TSC says now, they've told TSC, better be very careful. The Teacher Service Commission continues to face a backlash from tutors following its decision to extend the contracts of 46,000 junior secondary school intern teachers. The move has sparked outrage among educators who are now demanding permanent and pensionable contracts for the intern teachers. Last month, the TSC informed Parliament of its intention to extend the contracts by 1 year in 2024. And subsequently confirmed the interns to permanent and pensionable terms in 2025. However, teachers through the Kenya National Union of Teachers and the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers have vehemently opposed the decision, citing dissatisfaction with the prolonged intern status and inadequate remuneration. So, of course, when you keep somebody at intern level, you can get away with not paying them so much, and you can get away with not giving them terms like health benefits, etc. And they're saying then you expect these same teachers to deliver this curriculum at junior secondary school level.
You're joking.
You're joking. What's the logic behind that extension?
The logic, there's no logic. And this is the issue that the unions are bringing up. Why would you not confirm them? You've told us that you've hired teachers. We've hired 50,000 teachers. Well, not really. You've hired 50,000, 46,000 in this case, intern teachers who unfortunately you keep them at that level. How do you expect them to deliver? Because it's not an issue of competence for the teachers. It's an issue of motivation. Because here you are and you're telling a teacher at the JSS, that's grade 7, grade 8, who, by the way, we're getting a new cohort in a few weeks. You're telling them to deliver as a teacher who has all the benefits, who is permanent and pensionable, and you're expecting them to deliver at the same level. And they're saying, are you joking? Were you born on Mars? It's not possible.
It's not possible to do what?
It's not possible.
It's not possible for you to do your job because you're not permanent and pensionable.
No, they say the motivation factor is an issue here.
Okay, so does that affect the quality of the job that they do?
Apparently, if you're not motivated to do your job properly, then how? If you're not paid
so because
adequately, then how do you do your job as you should? That's the argument here. So what they're saying is that there's dissatisfaction with the prolonged intern status and inadequate remuneration. The dispute escalated as intern teachers took to the streets Friday to protest against the employers' decision. The Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, Collins Oyu, said the TSC's decision is not founded in law. He demanded the TSC put the interns on permanent contracts, saying they're surviving on a shoestring budget that could barely support them. Look at what they're earning. It is pathetic. 17,000 shillings, and you're teaching in a town where the housing allowance for a teacher is in permanent and pensionable terms is 15,000. So he says he wants the legislators to set the maximum period one should serve as an intern.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense for TSC to say that you're keeping these people on continuous internship. And then you're at the same time bragging that you're employing 35,000, 55,000 new teachers in a year. All right? So recruit all of them. Is it about money? What is it? What's the halfway measure here?
Where can we meet?
Yeah, because then the person is being paid 17 Gs.
So is this a cost-cutting measure?
By government.
Of course, you pay less. If you keep people at interns, then you don't have to pay. Imagine if an intern is earning 17,000 and in a town where a permanent and pensionable teacher's housing allowance is 15,000. Now, when they start to do that kind of a comparison, it's much cheaper for you to have an intern teacher. Much cheaper. Yeah.
Basically, the government is doing that thing of cake and eating.
So you said you wanted jobs. We give you jobs.
And at the same time, we are rolling out CBC JS. As we hire the teachers, of course, the 55,000 teachers are not enough. So how do we bridge the gap? We bridge the gap by having the interns without necessarily having to break the budget. Because if you hired all those plus the 55,000, then the budget just shoots up. And Parliament does not have money to give you for something like that. Something as simple as just having children being taught in some public school somewhere in some shag's place. Tuna pesa kama hiyo. You remember the other day the houses were being demolished in Kakamega?
Yeah.
In Milimani. In every town in this country there's a Milimani, and Milimani is the posh area of that town, right?
Usually it was the area where senior civil servants
lived. Pale Milimani, where they get a cool breeze and a view of the town or city down below. See the hoi polloi. Here in Nairobi. Yeah.
That one.
Yes.
What you get is a view of a monstrous block of flats.
Nowadays. So, in Kakamega, officials from the Ministry of Lands and the defunct Kakamega municipality are under probe for allegedly selling public land to private developers at the posh Milimani estate. This is happening as the national government continues with the demolitions of property in the estate to pave way for construction of affordable houses. We are only repossessing government land, said Irongo Masharia, the Western Regional Commissioner. The official believes some private landowners knew they were buying government land, while some used their positions in government to hive off huge chunks of land fraudulently with the help of land registry officials and those from the Kakamega municipality. So he says, all this, everybody knew. This is public land. Now, how you ended up being a private owner of this land?
Of public land.
Many questions. Now, apparently, there are some top politicians who have quietly surrendered their title deeds to avoid public embarrassment for this ongoing demolition. But the Kakamega Deputy Governor Ayub Savula is not taking this kindly. He's saying, Apana, I'm going to court. I've been sent by my governor to go to court and stop these demolitions. Although Governor Fernandez Barras had, quite said, "Mi mambo ni national. Mi si mambo si yetu." But there's a question that they are asking. Why are you only demolishing houses in the former municipality that belongs to the county government of Kiambu, of Kakamega, and not on the national government side?
Must be asked.
Things happened with land. Like someone, is it you, City, who said, government land, it doesn't matter. Even after 50 years, my friend. You will answer a question.
You will.
Right back.
You will answer some questions.
You will. And there'll be difficult questions.
Oh, yes. Anyway, today, as Ndu reminded us, is the International Day of... Is it International Competition Day?
It's World Competition
World
Day.
Competition Day.
Yeah.
We'll be having that conversation about competition shortly. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asato. The Kenya National Examination Council has addressed 133 cases concerning the 2023 KCPE results. NEC CEO David Nyeri said out of the 28,523 centres, NEC has only received complaints from less than 10 centres. Nyeri said they also established that there is no evidence of malpractice or discrepancy in the KCPE results. With only 1 month left before schools reopen for the first time, JSS primary school teachers in various parts of the country have continued to threaten that they will strike from January next year if the Teacher Service Commission does not give them permanent contracts. Speaking in Samburu County, the teachers have opposed TSC's plan to continue hiring them on a temporary basis.
We are saying it is Kenya National Union of Teachers as a union that should advocate for these teachers who are supposed to be employed on permanent and pensionable terms. We shall be at the front line to make sure that they are employed on permanent and pensionable terms. But we don't want to allow them to go to the streets. Let us take the front line and they come behind us.
He's asking to submit the complaints of the teachers to the TSC office instead of inciting them to protest.
It is wrong to incite or take advantage of the ignorance of that young teacher who is not even permanently employed. And then you take him out there to go and demonstrate. Demonstrate for what? Yet you are there to advocate for the rights of these teachers. Not a question of inciting them and you leave them for dead.
Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has gone to court to oppose the sale of 11 parastatals. Raila, through his ODM party, accused President William Ruto's government of selling off Kenya's sovereignty without public participation. Party lawyer Jackson Awele argued that some of the parastatals earmarked for sale, such as KLB, KAC and KPC, are strategic security institutions, meaning private persons will control Kenya. The lawyer also singled out the National Assembly for amending the Privatization Act of 2005 to allow the executive to privatize government parastatals without Parliament's approval.
Wanaanza kuuza mahili mashirika ya serikali, makampuni ya serikali wanataka kuuza na wao wenyewe wanataka kununua. Maana hiyo tunasema tutawakataza.
Gilgil MP Martha Wangari is calling on Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen to address the rising cases of road accidents along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. Her plea comes in the wake of a road accident involving a trailer in Kikopey, Gilgil, where 5 lives were lost. This event comes as Gilgil Area Police Commander Francis Tumbo says they are looking for the trailer driver who escaped.
Mimi ndio Sub-County Police Commander hapa Gilgil. Jana mwendo wa saa 3 ya usiku kuna trailer ambaye ilipoteza mwelekeo ikiteremuka kutoka Naivasha kuelekea Nakuru na ikaweza kuua watu wawili kabla ya kuingia ndani ya duka ambaye ilikuwa karibu. Huko ndani ikaua watu watatu huko ndani, ikafanya damage kubwa sana huko ndani na pia ikakonga magari ambayo ilikuwa imeegeshwa eneo hilo.
Too for the call on motorists to observe traffic rules during this festive season.
Hii ni msimu wa sherehe za Christmas na watoto wako nyumbani. Tungependa kuomba drivers ambaye wanatumia hii barabara ya highway kwamba waheshimu sheria ya barabara na wawache kwenda mbio sana, kwa sababu Saa zingine kuna magari mingi kwa barabara, na pia hii ni barabara ambayo inatumika na magari ambayo ni matrela inabeba mzigo mingi. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana kwa madriver kuhakikisha kwamba wanachunga maisha kwa hii barabara, especially the public service vehicles ambayo wanapita hapa, na pia watu wa madriver ambayo wanaendesha magari katika eneo hii wahakikishe kwamba hawaendeshi magari wakati wa makunywa.
And we equally underscore that message that drivers and all road users to make sure that they observe traffic rules. This is News. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, at a few minutes after 7 o'clock, it's when it's quite busy in the city. Looking at movements on Jogoo Road, heading out towards Landis and then through to the city. Lusaka is not taking on much of that. Out towards Landis and then through Kamkunji is where we'll see movement. On the thicker superhighway coming in from Survey is busy as well. Also, here we have traffic on Limuru Road coming into the CBD. Westlands not looking too bad now. It might do a little thing of rain. And also then looking at Kangunda Road, which is then spilling over towards Outer Ring. All this in due course. Getting into traffic hour in a short while from now. Keeping an eye on things, let us know. SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 7, how are you doing on this 5th day of December 2023? Happy New Year. From next week it'll be something else. What will it be? Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh yeah, it'll be Happy Valentine's, then Easter.
Then it'll be into Easter like that, because 2024 is here and it's gone.
Yeah.
Just like that. And 2023 should not finish with you not having gone to Nakuru to look at this new property that username properties are selling. Delight Nakuru. It's in Salga. It's 20 minutes from Nakuru city center. You see, Nakuru is now a city. This means what? This means expansion. This means what? This means population growth. This means what? This means that those areas that were considered that, Konimbali, those will be part of the city. And you better start looking at how you live in the suburbs of Nakuru city. Salga is one such suburb, and Delight Nakuru will be one of those, where if you buy today an eighth of an acre at 799,000 shillings, you will develop your own home. And then you will live there.
Okay. How exactly?
How you live there? How you live there, or how you'll acquire the land?
How you'll acquire the land?
Go with money, kitita, gunia. Give username. They'll tell you we don't take cash. Take it to the bank. Wash. We don't play those games. Go to they'll give you the bank account. Then you can deposit the full amount of 799,000 shillings, or you can do a deposit of 80,000 shillings and then clear the rest within 30 days. Or you can tell them, you know what, guys, niko na watoto wawili shule, moja naenda for one. They'll say, okay, sawa. Let's do this. How can we work on a 12-month repayment period? Then they listen to you and you can work on a 12-month repayment period. All that is possible with username. As long as you are thinking of developing in Nakuru, is the best way to go. Sawa? Sawa. Haya. Send the word Nakuru to 20321. That's 20321. It'll go to username. They'll call you back. They'll tell you, hello, we see you're interested in our Delight in Nakuru. Please, what would you like us to tell you? They'll tell you everything. They'll even organize for you to go and visit the place. Tomorrow, a bus leaves Kencom in Nairobi at 7 a.m. and then it'll also leave at Nakuru West Side Mall at 8:30 a.m., taking people there. Wednesdays, Saturdays, they have the free bus tours. Any other day, just go there. You'll find a good gate. They'll tell you, Karibu sana. Well, this is Delight in Nakuru. Senor?
Yes.
Mambo is like that. 5th of December, this and every year, is what? World
Competition Day.
World Competition Day. This is not for athletics. It is not for football.
No.
It is not competing for chess.
No.
It is not competing in political competition.
No.
Okay. We'll hear all about it. We are joined by a gentleman called Boniface Makongo. He's back in the studio. He's a Director, Competition and Consumer Protection at the Competition Authority of Kenya. Boniface, good morning.
Morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation again.
Thanks for having me.
The hot seat of the Situation Room. Karibu sana.
Asante.
You just said hello to CT as he was leaving. Unfortunately, CT is a little bit under the weather today, so he's like, let me just go and nikajisikilize kidogo. So he stepped out and he's left me with a proverb. I'm going to give you the proverb. It's from Eritrea. An old man who carries a load on his head and another in his arm played a lot when he was young.
Okay, maybe I would hazard a guess. Maybe the proverb implies that you should prepare for old age when you're young.
Mm-hmm.
So that that is the best I can do.
Say again.
Yeah, you should prepare for old age. So the more active you are in your youth, the more prepared you will be for your old age.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the lighter the load you'll have to carry.
On.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well said.
Okay.
Well
We're
said.
waiting for you.
Kabisa. There are people who do not know that we have an authority in Kenya called a Competition Authority.
Yes.
Please introduce it to them.
Yes. Competition Authority is a state corporation. We are charged with regulation of both the market structure and market conduct. And we also equally have a consumer protection mandate. So when I say market structure, it's basically how entities are aligned in any particular sector. So market structure of, say, the media would be your radios, would be your television stations, would be your newspapers, the companies that operate in that space.
Okay.
So with the regulation of market structure, we have a merger approval process. So if, for instance, Standard is acquiring, say, Star or some other company in the media space, you have to seek our approval. And we're going to, of course, review the transaction with a view of ensuring that we don't create a monopoly situation, or encourage dominance, because that has a negative impact on the consumer. With regard to market conduct, we investigate and sanction cartels or instances where entities who are supposed to be competing are agreeing on pricing, are agreeing on allocating markets, or if a firm is dominant, and in our context, dominance is a firm which has over 50% of the market share in any particular sector, either providing goods or a service. If that firm is engaged in, things like predatory pricing, and related issues also, or imposing, conditions that are not necessary, for particular transactions. Those are some of the things that then we look at, we investigate and sanction. And with regard to market conduct, we are allowed by the law to actually impose a penalty of up to 10% of a firm's preceding year's turnover. With the last aspect of our mandate, of course, also I have forgotten to mention, we also have abuse of buyer power as part of our mandate. That was an additional mandate area that was the authorities empowered to investigate and sanction cases of abuse of buyer power. And buyer power basically speaks to the terms that are imposed on an undertaking. So, for instance, you require a supermarket to access the market.
Yeah.
And they're imposing on you conditions that make it very difficult for you to operate. They are not paying you on time. You agree that the credit period is 90 days. But when the 90 days lapse, you're told, okay, we'll pay you in another time, or you're told, supply us more goods that then we'll sell and pay you. That kind of thing. That's abuse of buyer power. And lastly, the consumer protection mandate, where basically we look at things like false and misleading conduct in terms of, you go to purchase a product and you're told that it has certain characteristics which it turns out not to have. We also look at unconscionable conduct, where you're looking at, say, you're seeking a financial facility from a bank.
Yeah.
And when you go in, they're trying to impose on you other third-party service providers who are more expensive than what you can otherwise get in the market if you are given freedom to seek, the service providers on your own. So, in a nutshell, that basically is our mandate. Yes.
Okay. So, over the years, how do we actually have we seen this mandate established in the country? What are some things that we've actually done to see improvement, curtailing of certain things amongst consumers in Kenya?
Yes, we've done quite a bit because we've been around for over 10 years. So, for instance, with regard to market conduct, which I had mentioned earlier, we have, you might be aware that recently one of the biggest penalty we've ever been imposed is of 338 million shillings, which was pursuant to an investigation in the steel sector. 2 years ago, we had another investigation in the paints, and there we imposed on the 4 biggest players in the paint sector a penalty of 70 million.
Just tell us what did you find in your investigation? Let's start with
in
steel.
both cases, in both the steel and the paints that we had done earlier, it was about price fixing, where the operators in those particular sectors, the undertakings that are selling steel products, for instance, have an arrangement where they meet and agree on aspects of the pricing. So they say, okay, we are having challenges with this particular margin of this particular steel product, so we should not increase prices, or we should keep prices at a particular level, or we should not allow imports of raw materials, that kind of thing. Because, of course, if you don't import raw materials, it means that whatever is in the country then, you're imposing scarcity in the supply chain with the ultimate aim of increasing prices.
Yeah.
So that is with regard to market.
So how do you make those findings? For example, because you've said it appears to be collusion.
Yes.
For you to actually come and impose, you need to prove that there was a meeting that was held,
yes,
and the players agreed to this. How do you get that?
Yes. First of all, the issue would be, how do you know that there is some collusion going on in a particular sector?
Yeah.
So that is a lot of information in terms of you have to be, alert and monitor various sectors. And for instance, the steel sector, basically the key ingredient in steel is imported. So you're looking at world prices. How are the world prices going, and how is the local price, corresponding, with the international prices of the raw material. Now, in that case, after monitoring for a period of over a year, we realized that there was no relationship. The prices would move either way. So you find a scenario where international prices are going up, but the local prices are either very high compared to what you have in international prices, or sometimes when even the international prices come down, still our local prices are going
high.
up. So basically, it means that there's no relationship between that. So with regard to how then we actualize that suspicion, is that after establishing that there's a challenge in terms of we're not seeing the prices are not correlating with each other, we carried out a raid, what we call a raid in our context, essentially a search operation.
Okay.
So you do surveillance, you identify the key players in that sector, their respective market shares, where they are located, then you send in a team to search, like a premise like here. You come in, you basically go through the various offices with a view of collecting particular sets of information that will aid you, in establishing that there is a particular, contravention going on. So we did that search in 9 farms, and when we were analyzing the documents that we had obtained in that search, we realized that there was an additional number of firms that were also engaged in that practice. We could see communication, we could see WhatsApp messages. So then the number rose to 14. The total number of firms that we then now, which was subject to the investigation, that then resulted in the penalty. Yes, but also it's good to mention that you don't just search, get information, and sanction somebody. We have to allow them to explain themselves. So our law envisages a scenario where due process is complied with. So I'm not just accusing you, but I'm allowing you an opportunity to come and say, I think this particular price, you basically communicated to other players, and you're not supposed to communicate prices with other players. You're supposed to be competing. So explain to us,
why were you discussing your price with your competition?
Yeah, explain to us why is it necessary to discuss price? Of course, they would give various reasons, which you then analyze, and if they are not, they don't add up. Then that leads to a scenario where you feel comfortable that you can impose, the sanction that is provided for by the law.
Can we look at the competition just a little bit? Because there might be some confusion when it comes to then why are we talking, what exactly, or where does the competition then actually come into play? So what we are looking at in the market is stabilization of prices, trying to make sure that at least the prices across product are more or less around the same, or are we saying that in the process of production, you're making sure that you are competitive in nature, whereby everybody's on the same level playing field? Where does the aspect of competition now really come into play here when we're talking about the market?
First of all, just to be clear, we do not protect competitors. We're not after protecting the various entities that are competing. We are after protecting the process. You might be aware that many years ago we had what I would call a command economy, where the government used to set prices for basics. Now, subsequently, we liberalized the economy. And when you liberalize an economy, it's important to ensure that the players in the economy are not colluding. And because the effect of that is that if they were allowed to collude, the prices would be kept at a very high level. You want to ensure that the players are, offering a service or offering a good, but that the prices are signaled by the market. So that's basically what we say when we say competition. That's what we mean.
Yes.
That you allow the prices to be signaled by the market, and the benefits of that are that you ensure that then the consumer, who is at the tail end of any service or good that is being sold, gets prices that are competitive, that you can always find a product that suits your purchasing
budget,
power.
Right.
You also ensure that I have choice as a consumer, because otherwise, if people are not competing, there will be no motivation to offer a variety of goods to remain in the market. And lastly, that you ensure that also there's innovation. That somebody has to innovate to remain in the market, because otherwise then they'll be forced to exit.
How would you know if there was artificial pricing as the authority? Because you said, let's make sure that the pricing is signaled by the market, right? Across board. How would you know that the otherwise was the case?
It would depend on the monitoring I talked about. So like you would be seeing, first of all, you would be alive, you'd be in the country, so you'll be hearing people say the price of steel pipes has gone up, or the price of plastic pipes has gone up. Then that would make the authority want to find out why have people, market players, complaining about the price of this product. And then from there, then you go and inquire historically what have the prices been, which kind of raw materials go into this particular sector. What kind of fixed costs do they have? So you have some kind of analysis. And then from there, then you can determine whether the price increase is warranted, it's the normal course of business, or there is some kind of agreement among the players. Then that will elicit the kind of reaction that...
But if there's some instances where we see some players in a certain sector complaining about government interventions that seem to favor some players in the same sector. For example, recently we've had the issue of cement and clinker, an imposition of, let's say, import restrictions on higher import duty for certain products, or higher duties to export raw material in the case of mining, right? In those areas, what do you do? Let's take the case of mining, right, on iron ore. So people who are in the mining sector in the country say, we've been exporting our raw material, and we've been it's been easy for us to export. Right now, the government has come in with new restrictions and a new policy that then makes it harder for us to export, but we are sort of then being forced to supply to a limited number of local dealers in this. That creates a monopoly with those local dealers.
Maybe how I will respond to your question is first to appreciate the fact that competition policy is a subset of trade policy. So that, for instance, the issue you raised around clinker, the issue in clinker was that you need some kind of what I would call a significant capital outlay to be in a position to produce your own clinker. So in our market, you have players that have invested in clinker production, and you have players that have not invested in clinker production. So initially, when that proposal was made like 3 years ago, as part of our duty to advise the state, the government, we actually informed them that there was need. We appreciate, first of all, the need to have, as much as possible, any product that we can produce locally shouldn't be importing. So that makes a lot of sense. It's a rational thing. But then we felt that if you impose that clinker that duty, which then means that it becomes more expensive to import for those players who have to import to then manufacture cement. If it was going to be imposed then, our view was that you needed to give these other players time to then install the facilities. That was our advice then. That was like 3 years ago. So my perspective would be that then, because there was an intention by the state to impose duty on clinker.
Let's call it to promote local
and promote local clinker production. If I'm a player in that sector and the state has signaled that is the intention, I should do something so that by the time then the duties were imposed in the last financial year, you should have a mechanism of producing your own clinker. That's how I would see it. So there shouldn't be an issue there. There shouldn't be an issue there, because you've had time to invest, and you might be aware that people who play in the cement sector they have significant financial muscle. So it's not something that is very difficult for them to do.
I know probably we'll delve into this, as the conversation progresses. But when we talk then about competition across product, there are other things apparently that influence the work or the interventions that the authority has put in place over the last so many years. And we look at things like employment, climate change, manufacturing, all of these things that play a role in the work that you do. How do they? And I wanted to look at something like climate change, first of all, and how this affects some of the interventions that you put in place when it comes to competition in consumerism.
Yes, that is pursuant to what I mentioned earlier about our consumer protection mandate. And that, just like we have the World Competition Day, we also have a consumer rights day. And the theme, for instance, for last year was on sustainable consumption, where we also promoting, and this is also pursuant to United Nations principles on consumer protection, where you encourage sustainable consumption, appreciating the fact that we have finite resources, and that there are certain products that you consume that then promote climate, address the issues of climate change. Then there are others that would make the situation worse. So that is an area where we have been undertaking advocacy, basically informing people that you need to make a conscious decision as a consumer to consume those products that are climate friendly. So that is something that is ongoing, and you know, it's something that is we are doing currently. Yes.
Okay.
Time for that break. At 29:07, we are celebrating World Competition Day, and this morning hosting Boniface Makongo. He is the Director of Competition and Consumer Protection at the Competition Authority of Kenya. We are talking about enhancing consumer welfare through competition law enforcement. Ndu,
yes.
Fly us to the break.
I see you wanting to get onto your next adventure, and Emirates says, how about we start it off with the food that you will consume when you're in flight? The best bits about the holidays is actually about the food. So wouldn't it be great if you got a taste of your destination before you actually got there? On Emirates, you can dine gourmet meals inspired by regional cuisine, and what better way to toast the start of your holiday than with a choice of free-flowing drinks? And of course, you can expect world-class service along every step of your journey with Emirates' award-winning cabin crew. You definitely fly better with Emirates.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees with highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 25. In a sunny Nakuru at 15, it's 13 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 24. And out into Eldoret, it's partly sunny at 13 with highs of 24 and lows of 11. Mombasa this morning is sunny at 26 with highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly sunny Malindi at 27. All right, in Kisumu, it's sunny at 20, highs of 27, and Malindi is sunny at 20. I beg your pardon, Kakamega is sunny at 17 with highs of 27 and lows of 15. Mostly cloudy in Kampala at 20 with highs of 26, and Dar es Salaam is sunny at 26 with highs of 30 and lows of 25. Johannesburg, sunny conditions at 20 with highs of 31, and out in Mogadishu, it's sunny at 27 with highs of 32, while Addis is sunny at 11 with highs of 24. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 29 in a cloudy Kinshasa at 23.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just free up and enjoy it.
According to the tick-tock of the clock, and we're seeing movement on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming in heavy through towards Survey, and before that, we're looking at actually not too bad coming in from Githurai, then touching on the GSU headquarters junction. Just after that junction of Outer Ring is where you'll see the traffic starting to build up, getting into the city. Service lanes, sorry, not so much after Survey. You're going to have to stick to the bumper-to-bumper until you get through the underpass. And it's also building on Limuru Road, coming in from Gigiri, Thigiri, all of these areas. Now everybody coming together at Rangaria Mathai, so that's busy there. Also, let's look at Uhuru Highway, which at your junctions of Lusaka and then to Haile Selassie are piling up a little bit here and there. Jogo Road remains busy, and we're seeing a little bit of movement heading in from Cabanas towards North Airport Road, out towards the Eastern Bypass Junction. But apart from that, it looks like Tuesday morning traffic is manageable. For now, we're going to keep an eye on things. Help us out. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
I
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues. We are commemorating World Competition Day. Boniface Makongo, Director Competition and Consumer Protection from the Competition Authority of Kenya, is our guest. The mandate that you've told us that you have, market structure, looking at the structure, and then of course avoiding monopolies and such, and looking at mergers and acquisitions and seeing how those things happen, market conduct, how different players in the market in a particular sector are behaving, abuse of buyer power, consumer protection. Give us instances of abuse of buyer power where you have had to intervene, or where it makes sense for the competition authority to intervene.
With regard to abuse of buyer power, first of all, just to give a background, abuse of buyer power was an additional mandate area that was I think through an enactment in 2019, where our act was amended to provide for that. And the reason for that was we had a lot of challenges in the retail sector, where firms were, for lack of a better word, collapsing with suppliers' money.
Yep.
So you had a scenario in the retail sector, especially where people would supply goods to supermarkets, and the ones that collapsed. Then they would fail to pay you. So instead of paying you, they are opening up another branch in another town, or they are opening up a branch in a different country.
Yeah.
So ultimately, of course, the amounts that they owe you continue to pile up, and ultimately they can't pay at all, and some of them had to exit the market. So that's why we got that mandate, basically to empower the authority to investigate and sanction instances of abuse of buyer power. So some of the investigations we've done have been largely in the retail and also in insurance sector. Insurance focusing on the small garages, where you have somebody has, you have an accident, you take a vehicle to a garage, the insurance company has challenges paying, and that kind of thing. So some of the ones that I can mention is we had, before Tuskys collapsed, when they were in the process of collapsing, which is actually when we had just started, enforcement of abuse of buyer power contraventions. We were able to rescue or ensure payment of 2.5 billion shillings to a lot of suppliers. And unfortunately, they were not able to pay everything they owed, and they went the way they went. But that is a case I have that we successfully managed to get some payments, even though the farm ultimately collapsed. Now, subsequently, we don't want scenarios where farms are collapsing and we are assisting, in getting something. We are empowered by the law to carry out, to have some kind of prudential arrangements, where you when you hear that there's a supermarket, for instance, that is having challenges paying, we become proactive. We go in and say, we have information that you're not paying, your suppliers, and therefore we have that we can impose, monitor sector and that kind of thing. And based on that, we have not seen any challenges in the sector for now. We have also, pursuant to the provisions of our act, ensured that the suppliers and the retailers that they depend on to access the market have a code of conduct, which is a legal document based on the provisions of the Competition Act. And this basically the objective of that code of conduct is to ensure that there are agreed terms on various aspects, of how they'll deal with each other, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. We also have a standard contract, which we have come up with, with the assistance, of course, and participation of the players in the sector. All these are aimed at ensuring that these sectors are streamlined. And that, because, when you have the collapse of a big retailer, like, say, Nakumat, what you don't see is how many smaller SMEs that also go with it, So you want to ensure as much as possible that you don't reach that stage, that you're able to treat whatever, symptoms there are, so that you don't get to a terminal, level.
So is it a requirement of the law and even the competition authority law for such relationships to have a binding contract?
Right now, it's a requirement.
And it's written. And that binding contract must have a code of conduct.
Yes.
These are the terms, and in the event of default or disagreement, this is the route to be taken.
Yes. So maybe just to enlighten you on that area, the code of conduct is separate from the term. So you have a requirement that now we have written contracts.
Okay.
Previously, we had a lot of oral contracts, which were abused significantly because people would say, "No, I thought this was a term. I thought this is what we agreed on," and because it has not been reduced to writing, then you don't have something to refer to when there is a conflict. Now that is now a requirement that you have a written contract, with suppliers. And with regard to the other issue that you've raised about the code of conduct, that is a requirement of our law. That you come up with a code of conduct, you liaise with government agencies like the AGs, you also, engage the stakeholders. The code of conduct lays out what I would call elaborate, provisions that, would guide and ensure that a particular sector is streamlined. So you would have provisions on, for instance, if I supply perishable goods, after how long should I be paid? Generally for the sector, not to the individual. So you can reduce that, and most of that can be reduced into the written contract. But it's also in the code. So the code is basically oversees, and the code also provides for an amicable resolution in case there's conflict. As the first port of call, so that when you disagree, because again, you have to appreciate that in the cases of abuse of buyer power, I'm supplying through you. So it's in my interest that we have an amicable resolution of whatever, conflicts we have. Before now it becomes, adversarial, and maybe you come to the authority, where we also empowered, to investigate and impose even a penalty of up to 10% of turnover. We've not done that so far. But that is something that we are empowered to do. But equally on our end, because we appreciate the importance of relationships, in terms of, people who supply goods to each other, we also try and ensure that if it's possible, the parties can talk and agree. Yes.
So, obviously there's a law that governs this sector. Yes. This is what we're talking about. And it's upon that that then you're able to set the law. I just thought about it, that then the authority almost serves kind of like a referee, making sure that everybody's playing this game properly.
Yes.
Okay. So what happens when there's contravention of the law by players in this field? Sanctions, things like that. And what then do you actually bring into play? Beyond fines, is there anything else that would happen? Because, I breach, I pay a fine, and then we keep it moving. Or does something else then make sure that there are markers in place to ensure that this certain level is kept?
Yes, so there are a lot of remedies that are provided for, in terms of which we can opt for. But the most significant is the penalty that I talked about. There's also a provision for a criminal penalty where you can do a prosecution of an entity, and there's a fine of up to 10 million. This time now, a fine imposed by a court pursuant to the criminal process, up to 10 million shillings. Or imprisonment of the directors of that entity of up to 5 years. So that is also provided for, though that has not been invoked because of the challenges of prosecution in this country. So that is also additionally provided for. But as I've mentioned, we also do not want a scenario where we just wait to penalize. Because now, as I mentioned, when a farm collapses, it collapses with many other farms.
Yeah.
So the interest of the authorities is to ensure that we have a streamlined sector. We monitor the sector to ensure that if we hear that there is, because we work very closely with the stakeholders in very many sectors. So if we hear that there is, challenges with payment, we have to, come in proactively to ensure that that is addressed before it becomes, a mountain that,
it's insurmountable.
Yes. So that is how we look at, and that's how we approach, specifically on the issue of buyer power.
Right.
But with regard to the issue of market conduct, there is no, that is different. If people are in a cartel, there's no negotiation.
With whom?
You impose the penalty.
There you have to impose a penalty. Because you see, this is conduct that you have.
You have 6 months to regularize.
Yes, this is conduct that you have to deter, because it's very negative to consumers.
It's interesting that you bring that up. Does the authority then realize, or what's the word I want to say, acknowledge then the existence of cartels. Because when we talk about markets, when we talk about consumerism, we then cannot do that without mentioning the big C, which exists and has shut some people out of the market and have controlled the way in which things happen. So one would then expect that the authority is clamping down on these cartels with great vim and vigor.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And I mentioned the two major cases we've done. We've also done many other cases in other sectors. We've done cases in outdoor advertising. We have investigated and sanctioned, players in the paint sector, for instance. Yeah, so that is something that we do. And our law acknowledges that there is collusion. And it's not only in Kenya. It's a worldwide thing, that you have collusion, in very many sectors. But of course, to remedy that, you have to have done an investigation, obtained evidence, which then can form the basis of whatever remedy you pursue. And this is ongoing. And I will also encourage you, in case you are aware of a particular sector where, there is some kind of cartel going on.
Blow the whistle.
You should blow the whistle so that we interrogate that sector.
I have one I want to blow the whistle on.
Here we go.
About abuse of buyer power. The government of the Republic of Kenya. Suspending bills is basically abuse of buyer power, isn't it?
Yes, you could argue that way, but unfortunately, in the case of the government, that does not fall within the mandate of the authority. We are mandated to deal with entities that are engaged in trade. And ordinarily, the business of the state is
the
not
government
trade.
is not involved in commercial business.
Yes, but I'm also aware that the government has realized that there's a challenge with pending bills. There has been an amendment, I believe, to the regulations on procurement that provide for some interest to, in case there's delay in payment after a supplier or has submitted all the required documents. There's some interest that's supposed to accrue until the debt is paid in full. Yes, but I think it's also very it's a big challenge in terms of even the amounts involved.
Because you see, sometimes it may come from, this is a major supplier to government who's an aggregator of smaller suppliers, right? So smaller suppliers bring to me, and then I then supply in a big way to a state agency, to a government agency. So when the smaller suppliers complain that I'm not paying them on time, and you come to me as the authority and I tell you, you know what, I'm owed 500 billion shillings by the government, what will you do?
No, as I mentioned, that does not fall within our mandate. That does not fall within our mandate. But the state is aware. I think the government has been taking measures to address the issues of pending bills and encouraging that they be settled. But that I'm aware of. Yes, but that does not fall within our mandate.
I can't imagine that with the things that you've mentioned, that the authority then works alone. That there must be other agencies of whose assistance you then, work with. And who are those, and who are those who come into play with some of these things that you would want to do?
Yes, we work with very many other government agencies. And also we work very closely with a lot of stakeholders in the private sector. So with regard to government agencies, we work very closely with a lot of sector regulators. So the CBK, Communications Authority of Kenya, the Public Procurement Authority, and also IRA, in terms of the government. With regard to our consumer protection mandate, we work very closely with KEBS because of standards, because that is part of consumer protection. Private agencies, we work very closely with, because of course we investigate private entities. So we work very closely with CAM, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, in terms of sensitization on various aspects of our mandate, because they bring together a lot of the sectors in the private. We also work closely with law firms, because we have a lot of law firms which are either prosecuting matters before us or bringing complaints to us. Yes, so we work very closely with a lot of, and equally the police. So, for instance, when you're doing a raid, you need security. Otherwise, you may not get you may not get access to the premises you want to search. So, yeah, we work very closely with many other government agencies. Yes.
Must you seek a court order before you conduct a raid?
Our law does not require that, but we normally do that out of abundance of caution. It's better when you seek a court order, because then you're able to prove to a court of law that there's a probable cause, that warrants the kind of cause of action you're proposing. Yes.
There are some cases, some industries where they're new. Let's say in the digital lending space,
yes,
or in the technology space. Yes. Where you'll find only one or two players, the ones that are in operation. How would you deal with the issues of competition, of one player being a dominant player and such?
Now, as I mentioned, first of all, it's good to appreciate the fact that being dominant is not a crime, or is not a contravention of the act in itself. Because firms gain dominance through innovation, through strategy, that they adopt, which then brings in the critical mass. What the law prohibits is when you abuse your dominance.
Right.
So, for instance, if you engage in predatory pricing, or if you're fixing prices, or if you're engaged in acts of you're imposing conditions that are not necessary, on players. So one set of players, you're offering the same service, but one set of players, you're pricing maybe the product at 10 shillings, another set at 5 shillings. Those kind of things are what warrant the authority then to investigate and sanction. But specifically with regard to digital lending, digital lending has a lot of players. It has a lot of players
now,
currently.
Yes.
Previously, for instance, we had Uber. When Uber was coming in, it was an issue.
Yeah.
But one thing I need to mention is that with regard to the digital space, it's a very dynamic area. So even if somebody comes in, and looks like they're going to be, dominant for some time, there's a tendency in which it's very easy for others to crop up. Like you might have noticed now in the Uber, digital cabs, you now have a lot of players. You even have players in, limited to particular towns.
Yes.
You see. So there's a way in which the digital space competition tends to just basically grow on its own, depending, of course, on how lucrative players deem a particular sector to be. Yes. The only area that maybe you could say that is not as easy to replicate and entry might be limited is the telecommunication space. But that is also regulated by the Communications Authority of Kenya. Yes.
In the financial services sector,
yes,
this is one area where there's many cases and instances of allegations of abuse of power. I don't know whether this is buyer power or lender power, where a financial institution is attracting you to come and borrow from them. And then, of course, there's that whole fine print which says, the interest shall vary depending on, and it shall be almost like the sole discretion of the lender to vary interest. Seldom downwards, always upwards. How do you protect a consumer from this? Because it looks like predatory lending, where you're starting at a certain base rate. There's a lot of fine print that then gives the lender so much power in terms of when they can immediately start exercising this other power.
Yes, I think that is also with regard to lending. We did a banking inquiry. We've done some inquiry in the banking sector, and we realized one of the challenges in this country is that consumers are not very sophisticated. So that you go to a particular bank, you do not try and see who else is offering a better, facility, or what are the other players offering.
Yeah.
So we have a challenge in that, in the sense that
we don't shop for loans.
You don't shop for loans. We don't look at what other banks are offering.
Yeah.
But specific to the financial sector, one of the interventions we've done has been in the mortgages. To address specifically the issues you're raising. So we had all the entities in this country that offer mortgages. We reviewed their contracts, to ensure that their terms and conditions are compliant with the provisions of the Act. Yes. So that you're not taken advantage of. Sometimes there's a tendency by in fact, financial institutions in Kenya sometimes, it's not even in the terms and conditions.
Yep.
They would vary things, they would change, goalposts. Of course, because I think in our context, they do not expect to be challenged.
Right.
But at the authority, we've seen now a lot of Kenyans who've become very, very, very keen on the kind of financial services that are being offered. So one of the matters we've handled recently involved an entity that was offering, a credit card.
Yeah.
And they had been given certain assurances in terms of what charges were due on that card if it's not been used.
Yeah.
But then the entity went ahead and changed the terms midstream, and we had to remedy that. So they were refunded some money, that kind of thing. Yeah. So when you come to us, we'll address your issue, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. We have that kind of our mandate empowers us to do that.
Okay. Is the authority prescriptive in nature? So are you able to tell the market what to do? Or do you just then regulate and make sure that things are, because when we look at market forces, then feeding into what the pricing of certain commodities will be, those are market forces that determine that, right? You know how much you put into production, so you're going to calculate profit, and then this is what I'm going to sell it at. So as we come into this, the authority then comes in to make sure that if this thing is 100 shillings and it's retailing at 100 shillings, there's not somebody who is selling the very same thing at 300 shillings for whatever reason. We come in and ask the questions and say, can we look at this a little bit and see what could be the reason why you do this? And if the person or if this entity gives sufficient or adequate justification for that action, would the authority then say, all right, it makes sense? Or is it to really then make sure that this balance then exists across board?
Yes, I think I need to be very clear there. We do not engage in price fixing. So you are at liberty, to sell your product at
whatever price,
100 shillings. Somebody else will offer the same product at maybe 1,000, whatever reasons. There's nothing wrong with doing that, because then the consumer, based on their purchasing power, would choose which product they can afford. So if you're offering the same product at 1,000 shillings, probably you need somebody who has more resources. If I have less resources, I have an option of going for the product that is going at 100 shillings. That's why I talked about the competition process ensuring choice. So it only becomes an issue for the authority if the people who are offering these products are agreeing. Because the ideal scenario is every good and service in the economy, the price should be signaled by the market forces. But when you start saying that, okay, let's agree on selling this product at maybe a range between 100 and 110, and we are the only people offering that product, then that becomes an issue for us. But if you're not doing that and you're offering at whatever price, we have no issue. We do not look at the issue of which price is going forward. No, that is not part of our mandate.
Would you say then the act that guides all of this then is effective? Has it been effective in terms of what the mandate is? Has it been effective in making sure that these issues that you talk about then are actually carried out down to the level where we may not have eyes everywhere?
I would say yes. So far, I think based on the cases we've handled and the remedies we've imposed, the Act is very effective. However, there might be challenges that require amendments here and there, to make the Act more effective. And those are being pursued, with the relevant government agencies. But based on the mandate as it is right now, we have done a fairly good job. Even compared, because when you say you're doing a good job, then somebody would ask you compared to whom? Then in our case, then we compare ourselves to the region, because we are in Africa, we are in COMESA, we are in EAC, and I think on the continent other than South Africa, in enforcement of competition and consumer protection, we could be next. Yes.
In conclusion, how does one get in touch with the authority?
The authority we can get in touch with the authority on our website. We have on our website there's a complaints form. So if you have a complaint in any of the issues that I raised, we also have, of course, a telephone. We're also on social media. Those are some of the modes in which you can get in touch with the authority. Yes.
So one goes and Google searches the Competition Authority of Kenya, find the website, and you'll find all those
all those, including, you can make a call, you can walk in. We are based at CBK Pension, but we are still in the process of moving offices. So if you wanted a physical meeting, you are allowed to walk in for now, but effectively we will have moved in by around early January.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
Asante sana.
And for enlightening us. Boniface Makongo is the Director of Competition and Consumer Protection at the Competition Authority of Kenya World Competition Day 2023. Have a lovely morning. More comes in the next hour. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Gilgil MP Martha Wangari is calling on Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen to address the rising cases of road accidents along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. Her plea comes in the wake of a road accident involving a trailer in Kikopey, Gilgil, where 5 lives were lost. This event comes as Gilgil Area Police Commander Francis Tumbo says they're looking for the trailer driver who escaped. Tumbo has further called on motorists to observe traffic rules during this festive season. The Competition Authority of Kenya is in place to create sanity in the country among business entities. Boniface Makongo, Director CS, says that they are there to make sure that you are protected while going about your business on a daily basis. He told SpiceFM that they regulate the market to make sure that a case of dominance is not witnessed.
We are charged with regulation of both the market structure and market conduct, and we also equally have a consumer protection mandate. It's basically how entities are aligned in any particular sector. With the regulation of market structure, we have a merger approval process. You have to seek our approval, and we're going to, of course, review the transaction with a view of ensuring that we don't create a monopoly situation or encourage dominance, because that has a negative impact on the consumer.
It says that CA also conducts investigations against cartels who collude to control the market to favor them.
With regard to market conduct, we investigate and sanction cartels or instances where entities who are supposed to be competing are agreeing on pricing, are agreeing on allocating markets, or if a firm is dominant, and in our context, dominance is a firm which has over 50% of the market share in any particular sector, either providing goods or a service. If that firm is engaged in, things like predatory pricing and related issues also, or imposing conditions that are not necessary for particular transactions. Those are some of the things that then we look at, we investigate and sanction. And with regard to market conduct, we are allowed by the law to actually impose a penalty of up to 10% of a firm's preceding year's turnover.
The murder trial of former Migori Governor Zachary Okoh Obado resumes today after it failed to proceed yesterday. The matter had been set for hearing before High Court Judge Justice Cecilia Githua, but it could not proceed following an application for adjournment by the prosecution. A senior state prosecutor told the court that the prosecution wanted more time until today to go through the data documents they were supplied by Safaricom and Airtel. She said that the documents are 500 pages. So far, 38 witnesses have testified that last time the matter was in court, a taxi driver who allegedly ferried the late Sharon Otieno to Kodera Forest, where she met her death, confessed to doubting the veracity of his evidence before court. Jackson Gombe told the court that if he was the trial judge, he would not believe the account of his testimony regarding what transpired on the night of September 3rd, 2018. With rising concerns over digital lenders offering predatory loans at high interest rates, the Senate Finance Committee sought to know from the Central Bank of Kenya whether it had instituted a predatory lending detection system and whether, as a regulator, they had reined in on entities abusing the laws. This is after it emerged that most of the lenders were unregulated, putting millions of unsuspecting members of the public at risk. The Senate's inquiry was triggered by petitions from members of the public on 4 micro-lending entities imposing huge interest against the provisions of the Digital Credit Providers Regulations of 2022. And the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has recovered a public property valued at 410 million shillings belonging to the county government of Kisumu. EACC Regional Manager Abraham Kemboi said the development of housing units in the grabbed land has adversely affected water supply to Kisumu residents. Kemboi said the property comprises a prime parcel of land located in Dunga area valued at 60 million shillings with a story building worth 350 million shillings. Kemboi said the land is in public land that was set aside as an open space and is currently in use by the Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company, Kiwasco. And Ibrahim Rotich, a man said to be the husband of the late long-distance runner Agnes Tirop, wanted to break her legs. A witness in the ongoing murder case told the Eldoret High Court. In the case, the family is represented by lawyer Hilary Cheboy, Kibaset Duncan Kiprono and Richard Warige. Victor Lapita Koilal, who hails from Narok and who regularly trained with the deceased athlete in E10 Monday, unpacked his life and times with the deceased. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Still busy in the city this morning. Looking at some of it on North Airport Road, heading out towards Cabanas and then towards the Eastern Bypass Junction, but nothing to worry about there, still moving. And on Jogo Road, that's also pretty busy now. Uhuru Highway, then coming in from Mombasa Road, you'll flow into the city. At your junctions, you'll see a little bit of a hold-up, a stop here and there. It's busy on the Thika Superhighway, heavy, bumper to bumper, all the way from Survey through towards the Pangani Underpass. And they're also looking at traffic then on Kiambu Road, that's busy. It's busy on Limuru Road. And let's look at what's coming out of Westerns. Nothing too sticky right now. You're fine on Lower Kabete, heading out towards Spring Valley. And coming past Kitisuru, out from the village market, it's also starting to slow down just a bit. An eye on things is what we'll do. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room,
8, our
the only way to start your day.
Eric and Ndu, CT, not feeling too good, so he's stepped out to go and just take a chill break, relax a little bit. It continues though, and we're reminding you that tomorrow is Wednesday, and tomorrow, Username would like to give you a free ride to Delight in Nakuru, and this is in Salga. Salga is how many minutes from Nakuru city center? 20 minutes, like that. As you're heading out towards Kericho, Eldoret, that side, you get to Salga. Just before you start climbing and going up to Sachangwan, at Salga, on the right, there's a Lami Barabara. About 300 meters off that, you'll find a nice new gate. It's written Delight Nakuru. There's a perimeter wall. Inside there is going to be the next big thing. Very beautiful neighborhood will come up there. You want to be part of that neighborhood, please go and buy the piece of land, an eighth of an acre, 799,000 shillings. And they say, if you come in among the first people, 750,000 shillings.
For you. Yeah.
Because you've listened to Eric and Ndu. And you've said, those guys never lied to me.
So let me go and get it.
Or you just send a message right away, right now. to 20321. That's 20321. And the body of that message should read just Nakuru. Don't say many things at your good morning, people.
I heard
my
Akina
name.
Eric saying that.
It's no need. Just write Nakuru. They'll call you back. They'll tell you, ni wewe, karibu sana. And they'll tell you all about it. Tomorrow and Saturday, they have site visits. A bus leaving Kencom at 7 a.m. and Nakuru West Side Mall at 8:30 a.m. But you can visit them at any time. I mean, the land is not going anywhere. It's not like a briefcase where they only bring it out
These are
on
not
Wednesdays. No,
briefcase salesmen.
the land is there. So even if right now you're driving out and you're heading towards Nakuru and you're thinking, yeah, I've heard about this land, you can just pop in there. Get to Salga on the right, 300 meters. You'll find them. By the time you get there, send that message to 20321. They'll call you back. They'll organize for you. The people who are on site will take you around. Sasawa? Sasawa. Very good. Let's talk about cancer research next. We're joined by Victor Oginga Oria. Victor is the lead research fellow at Biotech Research and Innovation Center in Copenhagen, and is also a chief scientist at Integrated Cancer Research Foundation of Kenya. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
It's a hot seat of the situation room. How does it feel?
I'm actually anxious and a bit nervous because I've never been in a studio before. Yeah, and I worship you guys because you have very tough questions every morning, and so me being here and going through this, I think it's. I don't know if I'm well prepared, but I hope we'll have a good conversation.
You've used the word worship. Wewe mwenyewe. Wekelea tithe. Tithe mara moja.
It's worship in a good way. Yes, it's worship in a good way.
Don't worry.
Yes.
It's warmer than Copenhagen, I'm sure.
Definitely.
Yeah?
See, I had to cut my
What
hair.
are the temperatures now? You had to cut.
I had to cut
You've
my
cut your hair.
when I got here because it was hotter here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I arrived on Saturday morning, and apparently there was heavy snowstorms that is going out through Europe. Airports have closed, railways, supermarkets not working. So 30-40 centimeter thick snow throughout Europe. So it's very, very cold.
You left this country to go to that.
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
In Denmark 2 years, but before I was in the US for 2 years, then I was in Germany for 4 years, in England for a year and a half, but 25 years of my life I've been here in Kenya, and I come back every year. Yeah, so
very good.
I love my motherland, let me say that. Yeah,
very good.
I really love it.
You'll tell us about your research journey, but first let me welcome you with the day's proverb.
Yes.
This week's proverbs are from Eritrea. You know the president of Eritrea?
Yeah, Isaias Afwerki.
Isaias Afwerki.
Okay.
Afwerki was denied a Nobel. I keep saying that. He was denied a Nobel Peace Prize when Abiy Ahmed of Ethiopia was given.
Yeah.
And Abiy Ahmed of Ethiopia was given because of brokering peace with Eritrea.
Yeah.
But the person on the other end
didn't get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not the point. The proverb.
Yes.
An old man who carries a load on his head and another in his arm played a lot when he was young.
An old man who carried a load on his head.
Who's carrying a load on his head and another one is in his arms must have really played when he was young.
Oh, it's a very clever proverb because my take is probably when he was young, he didn't work hard enough. So now all the life's troubles are following him. So he has to live through it. Maybe he has kids that he has to take to school, grandkids, maybe he's having some sort of old age diseases. He has to take care of that. And because he was not working when he was young, he was playing. Now all these troubles are following him. That's how I would interpret it.
I agree.
You agree?
You cannot refuse the opinion of a molecular scientist. It's not possible.
You can't argue.
No.
You can't argue.
I went to school for 17 years.
Yeah. Victor is here, so we talk about why molecular cancer research is important towards tackling the cancer burden in Kenya.
Yes.
You see?
Okay. Let's start with the things that you do.
Okay.
In Denmark, you are a lead research fellow at the Biotech Research and Innovation Center.
Yes.
What is the Biotech Research and Innovation Center?
So this is an academic center that brings a lot of researchers together who work on different topics on cancer, because every day we realize that cancer is not a single disease. It's a complex disease, and it has got many phases. So you can't understand this disease if only one person is working on it. So you have many cancers, which affects almost every organ of the body. So all these researchers come together. They share resources. This would be like, machinery, core facility expertise, but then they try to study different aspects of particular cancers. For instance, you have in my lab group or in my research group, we look at something called metastasis. So metastasis is when cancer spreads to a different organ from the primary organ. And if you're a breast cancer patient, for instance, you can have metastasis to the brain, to the bones, to the liver, to the lungs. So metastasis that goes to the bones or to the lungs, they're totally different. You can't treat them in the same way. So the reason why we do this is we try to understand the molecular mechanisms behind these different spreads, and how can we then maybe make drugs that can specifically treat metastasis to the lungs, which is different from the one to the liver or to the bones or to the brain. So that's in a nutshell what we do.
That's what you do.
Yes.
But
Denmark. Specifically myself, I'm more interested in the vascular system, because cancer requires the blood system to travel to these distant sites. So I'm trying to understand, how do these cells communicate to the blood system, and how does the blood system communicate back to the cancer cells, telling it that you have arrived at your destination, because they just don't leave the breast and just travel anyhow to the bone. Something is directing them, and there are signaling molecules within the blood system that actually do this. So that's what I'm actually doing.
What have you found so far? What is it that directs them to the area where they end up?
There are a lot. There are a lot of things, and because we use cell line models. So if you use one cell line, you're going to find one particular molecule. But because patients are different, so we try to use a simple cell model to understand this. Then we go into patient samples, and then we try to extrapolate whether the same molecule that we saw in our cell systems, we can then find them either in the blood, urine, or spinal fluid of patients. So right now, my preliminary results, I've found something called growth factors. So these are factors that they help with the survival of the cancer cells as they travel. And so what I need to now find out is whether these cancer cells actually express receptors for these growth factors that I found. Because if they don't express the receptors for these growth factors, then it's not what I'm looking for. So this is now the molecular aspect of it. Because if you are to make a drug to target this growth factor or the receptor, you actually need to understand whether they actually interact, form this lock and key that then tells the cancer cell you've arrived in the lung, or you've arrived in the brain, or you've arrived in the bone. And then you can now start colonizing this new environment, which then forms a metastasis.
Where does it begin? Where does this cancer cell begin its journey from?
The current dogma is that it's mutations. Yeah, so when you have a lot of mutations, when the cells are dividing, of course, it's like a tear and wear process, because the DNA is unwinding and then closing during the cell division process. So during this process of unwinding and closing, sometimes there's a mistake. And if these mistakes accumulate, then they form a mutation. And if the mutation hits a target that is responsible for checking the integrity of the cell, then it means that the cells can just grow and their integrity is not checked. So then they become cancerous. Yes.
So because there's no, if we can just, because I mean it can, we're getting down to the nitty gritty, isn't it? That's what molecules are. Yes. I'm just remembering from biology days, you're looking at the minute thing.
Yeah.
And if you can look at what then is domiciled there, then it can give rise to, bigger answers.
Yes.
But what's the end goal here with this molecular research? For treatment or for cure from where you are? Because you've mentioned, okay, so there are growth factors here. Can we then start to look at the science behind creating a drug that will treat this particular kind of cancer? You talked about having an interest in the vascular
system, yeah.
In the vascular system. So are we looking towards cure or are we looking towards treatment? And does that treatment then get applied across stages of cancer, 2, 3, 4?
Yes. So ideally, we want to find a cure. And from my perspective, I always say the cure for cancer is surgery. If we can remove the cancer fully from the organ it's attacking, and then there are no margins left, then we can tell the patient, we think you're cured. But cancer is a complex story. I've been in the field now for 12 years. Right from my master's degree now to where I'm doing my research fellowship, it's been 12 years of a journey. I think it's a very, very complex thing, because the more we learn about it, the more we find out that there's something behind something. There's a story behind a story. But back to your point, yes, the goal of molecular cancer research is to develop therapies, because that's what we can do. Yeah. If you look at all the therapies that we use on our patients right now, somebody somewhere is sitting in a lab working on it, trying to understand the disease at a molecular level, then designing a target, either a chemical inhibitor or an antibody or something we call an antibody drug conjugate that can stop that cancer. And I don't think we are doing that enough in this country. Yes.
Why? What's hindering us?
We are not investing enough in cancer research. Do you know that since 1963, the first time we had a research call for cancer in this country was during the COVID era, and the government only set 50 million shillings aside for it. I know this because I'm one of the people who applied for it. I was still based at Yale University then, and of course, government bureaucracy, things take long. So all these projects were then combined into bigger projects, and some funding was issued. But that's it, 50 million shillings. That's like nothing. You can't solve this menace with 50 million shillings.
Okay.
Yeah. And yet we have many cancer researchers who are Kenyan.
Yes.
Where are they operating from?
A lot of them are abroad. In different countries, I know, because even some of the people that we founded that organization with, the Cancer Research Foundation or the Integrated Cancer Research Foundation, they're Kenyans. The CEO of this organization is called Dr. Hudson Alakonya. He's now based at Cold Springs Harbor in New York. He's trying to image pancreatic cancer, because pancreatic cancer is one of these cancers that hides, and only through imaging can you find where it is. That's what he's trying to do. We have one called Dr. Fiona Okonjo, who is in England. He's working for a company there. We have a Kenyan called Dr. Francis Makoa, who is really trying to push the limits. He's doing a lot of genomics work, but there's no funding. There is no money. And you cannot win this war without investment in research.
There's no money where? Because there's money where the researchers are currently.
Yes.
So let's look at it from a burden perspective.
Yes.
Where the cancer burden in Kenya today is quite something. I mean, the numbers that we're looking at in 2023 are incomparable to what was happening 10 to 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So 2020, 2019 is when we started to see a lot more cancer cases result in death. And maybe that's where the call came for something to be done. There's a lot of theory around that. So for a place where the burden has multiplied in the manner in which it has, one would think that the next thing would be, well, come on guys, we need to put some money and might behind this thing to find out exactly what is happening. In the world of science, what comes first? Do you wait for the burden to be so much so that you say, oh, okay, we need to throw something behind it? Or do you say, actually, you know what? It's important for us to do this research anyway, and let's find out exactly what is going on.
I think it can cut both ways. For example, in Denmark, where I am, this last year, which was 2022, I think they gave about $1 billion in research funding. This is to different areas. I think life sciences gets about 50% of that, and half of that then goes to something called basic research, because it's basic research where innovations come from. It's basic research that helps you understand things. And then there's applied research where, we've developed a drug, but now we want to take it into the clinic. So now you start studying this drug in patients, in animals, and then maybe you want to do a regulatory approval, and so on and so forth. But basic research is really the fundamental that drives these countries, because when they understand the disease at that level, then they are able to identify there is this target, there is this target, there is this target, and then the government comes in and says, okay, we know that this research group has identified this target, this research group has identified this target. Can we then give money as grants so that this can be developed into a drug or an antibody? And then once this passes successfully in clinical trials, then the whole world is their market. Yeah.
So there needs to be a constant...
Exactly.
There has to be constant research, constant search for knowledge.
Yes.
You don't want to wait until something has progressed to a certain point before you now start saying, put the money behind it. Yes. Okay.
And if I just go back a little bit, I think last week Citizen TV was talking about the cancer, the big conversations about cancer. And I listened to it. It was around 3 hours. I listened to it fully. And of course, a diagnosis, therapy, advocacy, all these things are important.
Yeah.
But you barely hear research. We don't talk about it. And we need to start telling patients that the reason why your medicine is expensive, the reason why your diagnosis is expensive, is because all the antibodies we are using for immunohistochemistry, for instance, all the drugs we are using to treat you, they are imported. Sometimes they have to come in cold temperatures. That's cost of freight. Yeah. If it's stuck somewhere, somebody has to pay for that cost. And who is going to pay for it? It's the patient here. So if we start developing our molecular research here, then some of these things we can make them here, because Kenya has got enough talent to do these things here. I would say I'm a living example, but I also know so many people across the world who are Kenyans, who are working in different labs across the world trying to do research on cancer. If only they could get funding from the government, because the government has to put funding first before the private sector comes in.
Is that what happens globally?
Yes.
Is research government funded?
Yes.
In Denmark, where you work, how much of government funding goes into research?
So last year, the government of Denmark set aside $1 billion to fund research initiatives in the country. Once they put this money, then other philanthropists, the big pharmaceuticals in that country, like Novo Nordisk and Novozymes, Leo Pharmaceuticals, Lundbeck Foundation, they then follow that up, because the government is putting...
The government is signaling
that
this is the way to go.
Because remember, a private company doesn't want to pay for overheads. So the government will pay for that. A private company wants to buy you research consumables because they want output. So if the government pays salaries, and sets up the labs, then it's easier to walk into a foundation and tell them, look, we have a functioning lab. What we are missing is some money to buy some reagents and do ABCD.
So $1 billion from Denmark into research. What's the total budget of Denmark in dollars?
I don't have that in mind, but it's huge. It's huge. And again, this year, in their finance bill, they're proposing to increase that to around $2 billion in research.
Just going into research?
Yes.
In all forms of research?
All forms of research. Not just biological or biomedical research. All forms of research. And to just tell you how they are earning from this. So in 2006, in terms of life science industry exports, Denmark earned 58 billion DKK. So if you multiply that by 20, that's around 1 trillion Kenya shillings. In 2018, it was 115 billion DKK.
Their earnings.
That's their earning from product exports. From the life
pharmaceutical product export.
Exactly.
And this is now, basically what you're saying is that research of $1 billion is earning them a lot more.
It's earning them a lot more.
In terms of how much then they're able to produce in the country and then to export.
Yes. In 2020, it earned them 151 billion DKK. That's essentially what we collect all here in taxes. They earned just from the pharmaceutical industry. And it's because there's a massive pipeline of startups that start from university labs doing molecular research on different diseases, cancer, diabetes. I don't know, I know you guys follow world news. You heard of this weight loss drug that came from Novo Nordisk.
Yes.
How much money do you think they're going to earn from that? It's going to be trillions of dollars.
Oh yeah, $80 a pop, that's for sure. Yeah.
So somebody somewhere sat down, spent 10 years of their life doing that, and now they'll just be resting at home, earning money from that, from all over the world. And Kenya being a leader in East Africa, if we take these things seriously, there's just a market around us. There's a big market around us because our genetics is so similar. So whatever will treat Kenyan patients will most likely treat Ugandan patients, Tanzanian patients, South Sudan, DRC, Rwanda, Somalia, etc.
Time for that break. 8:30. Victor Oginga Oria is the lead research fellow, Biotech Research and Innovation Center in Copenhagen. He is also chief scientist at the Integrated Cancer Research Foundation of Kenya. He'll tell us more about it after this break. Victor will be heading back to Denmark, hopefully after the country starts warming up. But then when you fly back, let's tell you about how you to fly back better.
So imagine after all that, you might be going for holiday, right? And imagine a long flight ahead. You need plenty to keep you entertained. Once you see the endless entertainment on board Emirates, you would wish your flight was just a little bit longer. Maybe do there, come back, go back again, right? So you get on board, you sit back, you relax, and imagine 5,000 channels that you can pick from. Or if your thing is music, then imagine where you can create a playlist from old classics and really just get into and enjoy the music. You can enjoy the music, or you can watch your movies, your series on the biggest screens in the sky. Definitely, it's worth getting into Emirates economy. Fly better.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, 16 degrees, still cloudy in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15. Also at 25 being the high in a mostly sunny Nakuru, 18 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 25. And we're looking into a sunny Eldoret at 14 with highs of 24. It's 19 and sunny in Kakamega with highs of 27. And Kisumu is sunny at 24 going to highs of 27. Mombasa at 27 is sunny, while 29 in Malindi is sunny as well. Kampala is cloudy at 20 with highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam will see highs of 30 where it's sunny at 27. It's 29 and sunny in Mogadishu and 14 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Johannesburg will see sunny conditions through currently at 22, and Lagos is cloudy at 25 with Kinshasa cloudy at 23.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So traffic still continues. We're in the middle of traffic hour and seeing some movement here and there as you get out into the city. But it's actually not too bad. Tuesday has not been crazy. It's bumper to bumper on Landys Road. Also bumper to bumper as you're coming in from the Thika Superhighway from Survey out through towards Ngara and then touching on the Globe Cinema overpass. So that's pretty messy. Everything else seems to be flowing without too much of an issue. We'll start circle back and see what that looks like in a short while, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continues this morning. It's Tuesday, but we're having a health conversation. Why molecular cancer research is important towards tackling the cancer burden in Kenya. We all know the cancer burden in Kenya. One cancer researcher is our guest this morning. Victor Oginga Orie is a lead research fellow at the Biotech Research and Innovation Center in Copenhagen, and he's a chief scientist at the Integrated Cancer Research Foundation of Kenya. Now, tell us about this foundation.
Okay, so this foundation started in 2018. It was an idea born by Dr. Hudson Alakonyo, who is our CEO, and it's because he saw the burden in the country, but he saw nothing concrete going towards addressing this problem. All other things were reactionary. Let's do diagnosis, let's do treatment, but I always say, you cannot treat what you don't know. You have to understand what you're treating for it to be effective. So Hudson, back then he was at Oxford University. So that's where he met certain friends. Some were Kenyan, so some are from Europe. And they came up with this idea. And we met on LinkedIn, because Kenyans who've done cancer biology as a postgraduate study are very few. So he reached out to me, and he just, we just clicked, because I also had the same idea that it's important that we have a conversation about cancer research in Kenya. And so our ideas merged, and this is how Cancer Research Kenya was born. So we were fully registered in 2021 by the government of Kenya. So we are a non-profit by guarantee research organization. And actually this week we have a symposium at Kenyatta University on molecular cancer research, and it's going to start tomorrow until Friday, and we have exciting talks and speakers. It's the first event we are having on site, but we've also done a number of events. We've done awareness sessions, but in a different way, based on science. Because sometimes you come across documents or publications, someone says, if you eat hot ugali, you get breast cancer. I mean, I don't see any correlation between cancer and eating hot ugali. So I think it's important that even as we tackle this menace, it's important for people to also get the right information.
To address the myths.
Exactly.
This is major. Because I believe at some point we had a conversation about, health interventions that take place because of myths. And this particular story that we're talking about, the link, especially in a certain region of Kenya, we're talking about the link between drinking hot beverages and esophageal cancer. And it came from a medical practitioner. Right? And even as now we are talking about molecular science and how they can then have a link towards treatment, because of the way in which health affects people. The person who sits on the other side of the desk or the other side of the glass and is a health practitioner is going to be believed. It's your pastor, it's your doctor, it's your teacher. Those are the three people that you take, leading from. So when you say this and we talk about things now that people have started to do as a result of that information, then are we not looking at a situation that is then damaging when it comes to, things that people have done over time? So maybe somebody does have esophageal cancer and other people stop drinking hot beverages, and there could be something else that is the link towards this disease.
Exactly. There is an underlying genetic mechanism behind every cancer. There is an underlying genetic mechanism. I can assure you of that. And until and unless we find it, we can never treat it. If you look even at Meru County, there was a publication that came out, I think, maybe in 2018, and they were looking at the burden of cancer in Meru County, and they found out that stomach cancer had the highest burden, comparable to countries like Japan, which also have the highest burden. And they say that because of chewing miraa could have caused this. But then I tell myself, there are people who chew miraa and don't get this cancer. There are people who don't chew miraa
and get it.
So it can't be miraa. This is just a coincidence. And I would say that there's a genetic effect. Maybe the Meru people have a mutation in a specific gene. There's a certain type of stomach cancer that is genetic. And so there's a mutation in a certain gene that they probably have. But because we've never screened them at that molecular level, we can never know the truth. And that's why we need to invest in these things. Then we can say people in Meru County have stomach cancer because of this particular mutation, or of this particular receptor, or of this particular enzyme, and so on and so forth.
So just for purposes of clarity, Doc, we are saying that there is a direct link between molecular science, what you're able to find on that very small detail, and treatment for cancer. We are saying that we can make a link.
Yes.
If we look at the science properly, not we, you, and others in the field, look at this science properly and make the linkages, then we can actually have treatment that is going to start to, obviously, work.
Yes.
Is that what we are saying?
Yes.
Unequivocally having been proved, or it's still in the process of being researched?
It has been proved. And let me give you examples. For instance, if you know of women, or if you've heard of women with breast cancer, you hear of HER2 positive breast cancer.
Yeah.
So HER2 is a receptor, and it is overexpressed on the surface of breast cancer. And so when you have more HER2 on the surface, it tells the cell, keep growing, keep dividing, keep growing, keep dividing, because there's a lot of it on the surface. So we developed an antibody that blocks that receptor and then tells the cells to stop growing. And that's what we use, the HER2 antibody. Is it called Herceptin? That's what it is. Somebody sat down and figured out that there's a particular type of breast cancer that overexpresses this, and then developed an antibody towards that. There are cancers that really rely heavily on blood vessel networks. And there's a growth factor called vascular endothelial growth factor. This is what communicates to the blood vessels and tells them to divide and spread. And cancers love when there's blood vessels around them, because then they get food, they get oxygen, and they're able to get the waste also outside of the cells. So a monoclonal antibody, or an antibody that blocks this receptor, was developed. So it means there's no communication between the ligand and the receptor. So the blood vessel cannot spread throughout the tumor. So the tumor is starved of food and oxygen.
Yeah.
It shrinks. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and this is very targeted. Yeah. It's very, very targeted. So you can only use it in a particular cancer after you've known that this is how it behaves. Yeah.
Usually we adopt things, we adopt best practice that has started, somewhere else, or somebody must have said, okay, this is good, it works. Can we now invite it? And then again, the scientists, the researchers look into it and they say, okay, let's see if we can bring it here. Let's look at the big 5 cancers in Kenya. Breast cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer. We look at leukemia, bone marrow. There's one other I cannot remember.
I think it's esophageal cancer.
Yes. Yeah. So, can we then say, if we're looking at adopting best practice, that this science or this research, can you pinpoint, or can we say that already this molecular science is looking at the growth factor in these big 5 that are in Kenya today, that make up 90% of the cancer burden for this country?
Yes. Yes, we can do that. But first, we must generate what we call cell models. So we need to work collaboratively, researchers with surgeons, with molecular oncologists, and so on, so that when they get that biopsy from the patient, if it's big enough, some of it goes to pathology, some of it goes to the lab, where I and other people can then make cell lines out of this, because a lot of times, drug development, we use cell lines from Caucasian patients that doesn't match ours. So the first big thing, and something that I would really want to see maybe our government through the NCI investing in, is we need to have a broad panel of different cell lines from across this country for all different types of tumors. Because then when they're doing clinical trials and drug testing, we can also say, okay, you want to sell that drug in Kenya here. Let's see if it can work in our patients.
Yeah.
So if it's not working in our patients, then we have to see how it can be redesigned so that it can work. Or we can simply say, okay, it's not working for our patients. So now let's find out why our patients are different. And then can we develop our own here locally? It will be cheap in the long run for the patients. And this is something that I say it's investment for public good. Yeah. We don't do this for profit or anything. It's a tireless work.
Yeah.
And you're doing it for public good. Yeah.
So let me get it right, Victor. You're advocating molecular cancer research.
Yes.
As a level of research in the country. Not that there is no cancer research happening in the country.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying molecular cancer research. There's very little, if any, happening in the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the research that's happening in the country at Kemri, Kenyatta University Teaching Research Referral Hospital also is doing a lot of research on cancer and working with various satellite hospitals and facilities.
Yeah.
What do we lack when they don't go molecular?
So, for instance, you will go to Bomet County, and then you say, we found 1,000 people with esophageal cancer. 10 of them were stage 4, 100 of them were stage 1. This number were women, this number were men. And then we looked at their lifestyle. Some of them were drinking hot tea. Some of them were probably drinking mursik and so on. And that's okay.
Yeah.
That kind of information is okay because you also need to have or to understand the patient lifestyle so that you can also understand the disease better. But it's not enough because how are you going to help them once you know that you have this number of stage 4, this number of stage 3? Even if you're not going to help these people, there are patients in the pipeline coming because remember our quality of life is improving, so lifestyle factors are also coming in. So there are more patients coming in the pipeline.
Yep.
And we have some right now who we are telling, we can't help you. Yeah? We can't help you because there is not enough molecular work happening. So the other thing that I can mention, in our lab actually, the other thing that we do is we deal directly with what we call organoids. So organoids are cells, fresh cells from a patient who has just undergone surgery. We pick them and we grow them in certain conditions, and then we do different drug tests on them. And the reason we do this is because some of these patients go to the hospital, and because of their molecular profile, the doctors tell them there's no drug that can help you.
Yeah.
So they give us those biopsies, and this work is done by a colleague of mine in the lab. I don't do that personally, but that's what she does. She tests different drugs that are already commercially available but are not approved for that indication to see if it can help that patient. Because for that patient, she doesn't care that, this drug is not approved for me. So if she sees that the cells can shrink in the lab with these different treatments, she then reports back to the doctor that, look, we tried these drugs in culture in the lab and they helped, they killed the cells. So maybe you can try them on
this patient.
And I can tell you they've helped 3 patients. They have helped 3 patients, and that's a lot because you cannot quantify life. That's time with family, with children, with grandchildren, with friends. Yeah.
A big shout out to Patrick Ocheng, who's watching us from the US. He says he's also working on molecular breast cancer research in the US. Does the Integrated Cancer Research Foundation of Kenya work with these other facilities? Does it work with Kemri? Does it work with KUT or RRH? So are you collaborating with other researchers?
Yeah. So we are still very young. We don't even have a physical place yet. But that's the point. That's even why we are doing this symposium in collaboration with Kenyatta University. Because like I said at the beginning, this is not a one-man work. It's going to take a collaborative effort of research institutions, private, public. It's going to take academic institutions. It's going to take doctors in private hospitals, public hospitals, retired researchers who want to give back. It's a collaborative effort for the public good of managing this burden. Because otherwise we will get to a point where we cannot treat this disease because everything is imported and it's expensive. And we saw it during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I remember having a discussion with a friend of mine, and I was like, Kenya has some of the best virologists in Africa. All this, and I'll probably sound political now, all this money that we spend on ghost dams and, things that don't work. If you gave this money to some of these researchers and tell them develop a vaccine, they will. Because we also have a vaccine manufacturing unit at Kavi. So we could do all those things locally here. But instead we chose to wait and import. So I just think that our priorities sometimes are not right. And that's why we keep paying these steep prices for some of these things, which we can actually develop ourselves. Yeah.
Who needs to get this message, Victor?
This message, I think, needs to go to the Ministry of Health. It needs to go to the maybe the Department of Science, Technology and Research, and also to the President. I think since cancer has become such a big burden, one thing that can really help is creating a cancer research fund. We need it to be a standalone fund where probably can get money from the consolidated fund every year. Yeah, because I tell you, if you can get money into research, you will see all those talented Kenyans who are working for different organizations, different universities out there to come back here and do research that can actually help our people, our communities. Yeah. So creation of that fund, I think, would be the first step towards saying that every year, come what may, we know that 1 billion or 2 billion shillings is going to the Cancer Research Fund, and this is what it's funding. Yeah. Then it becomes very easy to say, I want to get this reagent, I want to get this consumable. Then you don't have to, you have researchers in this country who are using their own salaries to buy consumables. I mean, you can't do research like that. You can't be competitive like that. Yeah. If we are living in a globalized world and we are always complaining that we are importing everything, this is an industry that, if well funded, in 10, 15 years could have massive ramifications for our economy. It could produce up to probably even 10% of our GDP if we actually and are deliberately investing in it. And that's a surety that I think I have, because I've seen it happen in other countries. Yeah.
So, I mean, we talk about the clamor for research by countries to be made priority and looking at certain percentage of budgets to go towards this, and it's almost becomes cliche in nature when we talk about the Abuja Declaration and how everybody promised to do whatever. It hasn't really happened. And so we're going back to that chicken egg situation. Now, what is it going to take? I mean, looking at the numbers of the burden across the continent, that what is it going to take? Because, like you said, cancer is complex. There are very many people who are working on it, looking at research under the microscope, trying to find out what's going on. It's complex in nature, so obviously more hands on deck is better. But what is it going to take for these spaces, and these spaces being countries, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, wherever, to say, you know what, we need to be serious about things, because our populations are dying a very cruel death at the hands of cancer. What would it take? And not even as gory as death, but what awakening needs to click for this to happen? Because it is clear that you can find interventions for treatment if you do the research. It's like 1 is equal, 1 + 1 is 2. You can find them if you do the research.
So I think it has to be a deliberate prioritization of this. Just like when HIV hit home, we said we are going to put money, and the likes of NASCOP and the National AIDS Control Council, I think, came in, and a lot of money
yes,
and a lot of money went into KEMRI to try and try to understand the disease, and also a lot of donor funding came in. But cancer is a very silent disease. You don't really see a lot of it, but it's there. You go into hospitals, you see gory faces along the walls. Most of those are cancer patients. So I think I don't want us to form a commission to investigate this, because to me that's a waste of time. If you want to fund cancer research, just fund it. Just say this is a burden, and we are always copying best practices. This time around we are in Singapore and South Korea. We are copying them. We are saying they are doing this better. So we should also copy that. We are doing roads or affordable housing or dams because other countries are doing it the same. So these countries are also funding research. So just fund research. Just say, every year I'm going to put 30 billion Kenya shillings for research. 5 goes to TB and HIV, another 5 goes to malaria, another 5 goes to cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and those two are 2 other silent diseases that are killing Kenyans. But because there is no underlying molecular research to support this, we are simply trying to treat them without necessarily, because what happens if, say for example, you go to hospital, you're sick, and the doctor tells you, we've tried all kinds of medicine. There's nothing else.
We can't do anything else for you. Yeah.
Of course, the patient can accept it. But how do you feel as a doctor if next time a similar patient comes in and you tell them, we can't help you? And then. So that's where we come in. Such patients, we have to get their samples, go back to the lab and understand, why was this patient non-responsive to all these drugs? So you try to find a different profile. So next time you have a patient with the same profile coming in, you've already identified what was the problem. So you go straight to that. You don't start from zero again. Let's start with drug A, B, C, D, and then, we can't help you. But, no, he has this profile, so we should start with this. Maybe that will help them. That's why this work is important.
Right.
Yeah.
There are many actors, of course, in this. There's the science part of it, and then there's policy, there is government, there is, those who are independent, and then there are those who are looking for the answers in terms of those then who are sick. Is there a way that it can then be beyond, is a constant call? Look, we give an example of HIV. Everybody got into the conversation. Survivors, medical practitioners, non-governmental organizations, nations, everybody got involved in the conversation. Is it not at this point with cancer, with the interventions that are being sought, that everybody then get involved in the conversation? It can't just be the researchers with the begging bowl to government and say, please fund this thing so that we can find an answer. Must it not be collective?
It actually should be collective, because if you look at countries abroad, of course, Denmark, UK, Germany, governments put some money in research, but also people. Like you guys were announcing or advertising some weeks ago about the Standard Chartered Heart Run or something?
Yeah, the Nairobi Marathon.
We could have the Nairobi Marathon, but for cancer research, where people pay in, but this money, we know, it's going to a cancer center. It's going to do research A, B, C, and D. There is a company in Denmark actually called... it's a clothing company, and I don't know the background very well, but all their profits every year, all their profits go to, it's called NEYE, N-E-Y-E. All their profits every year go to cancer research in Denmark. All their profits go to cancer, and once they start doing that, there are other small companies that see and they're like, I want to be involved with this. I want to be involved with this. So if the government puts money in research, it's very easy for scientists to walk into Equity Foundation Group, KCB Foundation Group, Manu Chandaria Foundation Group, and tell them, you guys do a lot of CSR. I know you do boreholes, you do schools, you do markets, and that's okay. But maybe it's also time that some of that money goes towards addressing a more serious problem, which is cancer research.
What drove you into cancer research?
Curiosity. And I think it's a personal story that... so my dad died when I was 6. This was 1994. And he died from bone cancer. But because back then, HIV was really rampant. So if you died of cancer, it was like, it just passed. But my grandmother, being a conservative, she believed that somebody did something to her son, and she still believes that to date, So,
and she has identified the culprit.
She has identified the culprit, of course. And so, because I was raised by my grandma, and it's actually one of the reasons why I come back every year, because I have to see her. When I got of age and I was able to understand a death certificate, I saw my dad's death certificate and it said sarcoma. So he had died of bone cancer. And the reason why my grandma thought somebody had done something to him is because his legs were turning green. And the legs were turning green because the bone was already eaten. So there was so much inflammation, and then it was just reactive. And because they'd never seen anything like that, So they said, oh, somebody did something.
Sure.
So then when I got to university, I studied biochemistry at Kenyatta University. And then when it came to do my postgraduate studies, a lot of Kenyans were still going into virology. In fact, I did my internship at Kemri in a virology lab. But then I was like, there's too many of us here. Yeah. So I decided to just take another path. So I went into cancer biology. And the rest, as we say, is just history.
You've been on it.
I've been on it. Yeah.
For now, how many years?
Since my master's studies up to date is 12 years. Yeah.
Keep at it, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep at it. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you also for hosting me.
So, what's happening at KU and which days?
So we have a molecular cancer research symposium from tomorrow until Friday, and we have different topics. We have people who will speak about cancer biology like me. We have people who will speak about biomarkers and drug discovery. We have people who will speak about therapy. So all those different facets that make up cancer. And not just, we have people who will speak about advocacy. There are people who will speak about cancer literacy. Yeah,
all of them together.
All of them together.
One space.
Picking. Yes.
Important.
Yes.
Victor Oginga Oria, Lead Research Fellow at Biotech Research and Innovation Center, Copenhagen, Sweden, has been our guest. Thank you very much for joining us. Salimia watu Sweden ukirudi. Keep it here for more conversations in the next hour, 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenya is committed to strengthening its bilateral ties with India. President William Ruto said Kenya and India share historical ties dating back to the 18th century and beyond. The president, who is on a 2-day state visit to India, said the two countries are keen on enhancing trade, investment, education, digital economy, healthcare, research and agriculture, among other areas of cooperation for the benefit of its people. The president discussed the establishment of India Exim Bank's regional headquarters in Kenya with its managing director, Harsha Bangari. He observed that such investments are key to the country's socio-economic growth. Police are investigating the drowning of a man aged 18 in a pool of water in Nakuru slums. The body of Simon Wamalwa was retrieved from the water after he had drowned Monday evening. The circumstances under which the drowning happened are yet to be known. The body was moved to the mortuary pending autopsy and further probe. It is not clear if he was killed or dumped into the water. Kenya, through the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, has called upon both local and global partners of goodwill to come on board to sponsor the tree planting drive where Kenya seeks to grow 15 billion trees by 2032. At the COP28 climate conference in Dubai, the ministry said Kenya needs 500 billion shillings for the initiative with a budget of 50 billion shillings a year. According to the ministry, areas of call for the partnerships include Kenya's gazetted forest, wetlands across the country including in the grasslands, mountains and water towers, mangroves and the coastal ecosystem. The murder trial of former Migori Governor Zachary Okoh Bado resumes today after it failed to proceed yesterday. The matter had been set for hearing before High Court Judge Justice Cecilia Githua, but it could not proceed following an application for adjournment by the prosecution. A senior state prosecutor told the court that the prosecution wanted more time until today to go through the data documents they were supplied by Safaricom and Airtel. She said that the documents are 500 pages. So far, 38 witnesses have testified. The last time the matter was in court, a taxi driver who allegedly ferried the late Sharon Otieno to Kodera Forest, where she met her death, confessed to doubting the veracity of his evidence before court. Jackson Gombe told the court that if he was the trial judge, he would not believe the account of his testimony regarding what transpired on the night of September 3rd, 2018. The United States has expanded a visa restriction policy on Uganda officials to include those it believes are responsible for undermining democracy and repressing marginalized groups in Uganda, while also announcing a new visa restriction policy for officials in Zimbabwe. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken announced the visa restrictions and mentioned, among others, the marginalization of groups like the LGBTQ community in Uganda and civil society advocates in Zimbabwe. Blinken's statement did not name any official. Uganda's anti-LGBTQ law, considered one of the harshest in the world, was enacted in May and carries death penalty for aggravated homosexuality, an offense that includes transmitting HIV through gay sex. An army drone strike accidentally hit a village in northwestern Nigeria, killing dozens of civilians celebrating a Muslim festival, according to local authorities, the military and the residents. Nigeria's armed forces often rely on airstrikes in their battle against so-called bandit militias in the northwest and northeast of the country, where jihadists have been waging a 14-year conflict. The army did not provide details or a death toll for the strike late Sunday in Tudunbiri village, Kaduna State, but residents said dozens were killed and wounded. Now, the White House has issued a dire warning that U.S. aid for Ukraine will run out by the end of the year, adding that Russian President Vladimir Putin could win the war if Congress fails to agree fresh funding. President Joe Biden's budget director, Shalanda Young, said in a blunt letter to Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson that if military assistance dries up, it would kneecap Kyiv's fight against Russia's invasion. Democrat Biden asked Congress in October for a huge $106 billion national security package, including military assistance for Ukraine and for Israel's war against Hamas, but the funding has been marred in divisions on Capitol Hill. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's a few minutes after 9 o'clock, getting towards the end of the traffic morning. It hasn't been too sticky today, so fantastic. Okay, let's take a look at what's coming in from the Thika Superhighway, which still continues with traffic coming through towards Pangani. And Ngara, that's very busy today as you get onto the Globe Cinema overpass. That's crazy. Gong Road is also coming with some traffic through towards the CBD, and Jogo Road on the other side of things, then heavy going towards Landis. Uhuru Highway will see some of it for most parts of the morning. Usually all of that will collide there. Half an hour or so, let's see what happens at the end of traffic hour. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
To the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this 5th day of December 2023. It's World Competition Day, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to have another competition story conversation.
Just now.
Yes, just
After
now.
all, the world has said we do it.
Today is competitions, okay? So first of all, let's start by talking about investment, all right? And it's about land buying.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You watch Kikuyu TV stations. In Nyeri the Mugunda. Win a title.
Win a title?
Na the Tima. Username properties. No man the Mugunda. This is about username properties and the development in Salga.
Yes. In
Shamba
Nakuru.
ikona title. Shamba ikona stima.
They said they'll come for you if
Shamba
these things don't exist.
If what doesn't exist?
They will come for you if they buy the land.
If
then they find a tipper coming through to come and remove them forcibly.
If they buy the land, see, then they've seen the land.
Yeah.
Who would come for me for something that didn't exist? What did you buy?
So that's the question. Even people who have bought and have title, when the title, there are still people who come. So,
title, create title.
Crane.
with electricity, with water, and all those things.
Fantastic.
Don't believe me. Go and see it for yourself.
And today's Wednesday.
And
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Tomorrow is Wednesday. Go see it for yourself and then do that due diligence. Okay? Get a lawyer. Don't do those due diligence of ati, we, uliuliza nani? Anaweza niangalilia? Hapana. You get your own due diligence done. Check and confirm everything. Starting from, it's called a green paper, what's a history of ownership of this land. Username will tell you, we actually acquired this land from this particular entity, and then we subdivided. Now, before subdividing, we had change of user. We subdivided, and here is the title for it. Do your due diligence. It's in Salga, 300 meters from the highway. It's called Delight, Nakuru. If you'd like to buy a piece of land here, an eighth of an acre, 799,000. By the way, there are not many. You're not dealing with 3,000 acres. No. Select. It's going to be a gated community. Gate is there. Wall is there. Electricity is there. Water, borehole is there. Everything about gated community is there, apart from the community.
The you
in the community. So please send an SMS to 20321. That's 20321. And in the body of that message, write Nakuru. They will call you back. That's username properties. They'll call you back. They'll give you more details about this piece of land and how you can invest, how you can buy, how you can get into a payment plan, when you can go and see it, all those things. So. All right. Our new competition conversation is political competition and what happens in this country. We are now joined by Sabina Chege. Sabina is a nominated member of parliament, nominated by the Jubilee Party. She is the whip of the Jubilee Parliamentary Party. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You're the whip of parliament for Jubilee?
Yes.
Oh, outside parliament, it's a different story.
Outside parliament, I'm the acting party leader of Jubilee.
Umesikia? Sijui kama umesikia hiyo. Tutarudi hapo.
I need clarification. However, we can start with something else.
Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to have you back here.
I'm happy to be back too. Yes, it's been
a year plus, just in case you're wondering.
Yes. Sometimes it's good to take a break, breathe in and out. And also,
you were not taking a break, Mheshimiwa. You were orchestrating a coup in the party.
I was taking a break off the media.
Of media. Okay.
Yes. And also strategizing for my party. I never plotted for any coup. I was trying to salvage my party that was a ruling party, formed from 2016 and went to the 2017 elections. And we got around 77 members of parliament. And then after the handshake, we started going on a downhill. And we lost several by-elections, which led to us joining Azimio coalition and getting only 28 members of parliament in the parliament of 2022, 13th parliament, and around 5 senators. We have around 100 and something MCAs, so that's a party that we are trying to salvage. It's a party that majority of us didn't believe in and who are in members. A few of us believed in it. We got many casualties. The people who believed in the party, majority, especially from my region, lost their positions. They were good members of parliament, and I can tell you the people who were left in Jubilee are the people who believed in themselves and they knew they had done their work and they were not to be judged by the political parties but the track record. But when it comes to the voters, they decided to follow the wave. And so we lost very, very good leaders. And we said, the few of us who are left, we cannot wait to see Jubilee die. And so we held on. It didn't go very well with some of our colleagues, and especially the ones who are not in parliament. And so we, who are in parliament, decided to join hands. Apart from 2 who are with us at night and during the day they are with Kioni, we are there and we are strong, and we hope that the few court cases that we have, which we won with the political parties tribunal, but then there was an appeal by Kioni. So we are hoping we can be able to sort that out. If we do, our prayer is that we go back to the grassroots.
Yeah.
Jubilee has never, ever had grassroots elections and even support. And that's why when we joined Azimio, even when we went to do the campaigns, we would just go like in Muranga. You just go there that one day, then when you leave, there's nobody to talk about Jubilee at the grassroots level because we didn't have a structure. So we are hoping then we can be able to have the structures. And looking at the way politics are now, hopefully by 2027, Jubilee is going to be a farm party and a party that can be able to have its own grassroots. And, well, we'll be there among the strong political parties. But also, it's important to note that we are number 3 largest political party in Kenya. And that's why the Speaker recognized us. Because as per our studying orders, if a political party has more than 18 members, then you can sort to be recognized as a political party. And that's what we did. We are a parliamentary party. And we really fought for that. And finally, we got it. So by the time I was being removed as a deputy minority whip, I was confirmed as a whip for Jubilee Party. Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, the proverb for today is from Eritrea. And it goes this way. An old man who carries a load on his head and another in his arm played a lot when he was young. An old man who carries a load on his head and another on his arms played a lot when he was young. What's your interpretation of that?
That's quite... I think I'll need more time to think about it. He's old.
He's old. He's carrying
a load
on his head.
On his head and arm. That means he's overwhelmed.
Yes.
At old age, he's supposed to have relaxed and not be doing this kind of work.
Yeah.
My conclusion would be maybe hakujipanga akiwa mdogo.
He was playing.
Yeah. So he lost valuable time. Maybe we would have invested well that at his old age he'll be having servants, people to serve him, or maybe even his children to assist him. That's what I would think. Yeah.
So the message here is?
Ujipange kuwa mdogo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. That's it.
Yes.
Asante sana. So back to Jubilee.
Yes.
So now Jubilee is the 3rd largest
political
party in Parliament.
Yeah.
In terms of members.
Yes.
And these are those who are elected directly under the Jubilee ticket.
We actually have not considered we had other small parties that were part of the Jubilee party. But as you know, some of them immediately after the elections, they sought to be independent also.
Yeah.
But they joined and they signed a coalition agreement with Kenya Kwanza.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between Jubilee, because we have not signed a coalition after the elections. We didn't have a coalition agreement even with Azimio itself. There have been just politics saying that there's something. Remember, and this is again a matter maybe I might not delve in so much because there is already a court case also on the ruling of the Speaker on whether we are majority or minority then. It was not clear the kind of coalition agreement that was there even before the elections. But after, there's normally the 90 days, 3 months. Then political parties are supposed to sit and say, oh, fine, we joined hands together because we wanted to go to this election. We either lost or we won. So then what's our arrangements? What's the way forward? That kind of a conversation has never happened. What happened after the election, there have been just a lot of politics, a lot of pull and push, madarau kidogo hapa na pale. And so we as the members of Jubilee Party, we decided now, if we stay in this coalition, we will continue losing. And I want just to give a few examples. The first one was when we were to look for the person who was to represent us as the commissioner, Parliamentary Service Commission. Jubilee Party was supposed to have a person to represent us, but our position was taken by ODM. And when we tried to protest, even talking to our former boss and telling him, please talk to Baba because this is our position, there was contention that the Speaker could not have allowed Honorable Aluke because by then he was in court. He was actually in remand. And so we had options of other members, but we're not given that option. The position was taken by ODM and they didn't care anyway. And when I tried to stop the discussion in Parliament and sought for more time, the Speaker had no problem, but our coalition partners, ODM, went ahead and took our position. So currently as we stand, Jubilee has no commissioner. ODM took 2, Wiper took 1, so we are treated like we are actually not even that because Wiper is number 4. We are number 3. If you look at the House leadership, even when they were giving us the positions, the leader of minority went to ODM, the whip went to ODM, the deputy minority then leader was supposed to go to Jubilee because we are number 3, but he went to Wiper. So as we were given the deputy minority whip, that's the position we got. If you look at the positions, we have around 14 positions that were supposed to be given to the Azimio coalition that we belonged to. So out of the numbers of chairs, at least we would have had 2 chairs and 2 vice chairs in the committees that are led by the opposition. But what we got was only 1 chair. And we didn't even get a vice chair. And the distribution of our members, even to the committees, it was not us who gave the numbers. Our members were just allocated by ODM. So we were left to be manipulated, and we didn't have a voice. And when we tried to reach out to our Secretary General, then Kioni, was out of Parliament. But he did not give us a chance. He never called even for a parliamentary group meeting, even one. Then our then former parliamentary political party leader went quiet on us. We tried to ask him, now we have these numbers of members of parliament. And I remember, because he's my friend, I told him, we had our members who had lost, and some of them were almost going into depression because they believed they would win. And actually we had very good members. So the first thing I asked him is to meet with them, just to give them a word, just to, have a word with them. And we met, he agreed, we met with them. Kuambia tu ile pole tu.
But thank you for the hard work.
Thank you because people sacrificed. Some of us said we would have had a chance the other side, but we said we don't want to leave our political party. And that's what people need to know. If you talk about loyalty, we are the people who are still holding Jubilee Party.
Who are you loyal to? Were you loyal to Jubilee Party or were you loyal to Uhuru Kenyatta?
To our party. And then our leader was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. We remained in our political party because we believed in Jubilee and we believed in all the plans we had. Remember, it also took even the current president time to leave Jubilee. You remember the walk to Pangani? He was still holding on to Jubilee until the last minute when it was clear he was not wanted. And when we were left and when we met as the members of parliament who lost, we met with the president, with the former president. We agreed with him that he also now needs to meet his Jubilee, the elected senators and elected members of parliament, so that then they can have a way forward. We lost. So what's the way forward? How are we then what are we supposed to push for? Initially on another level, we'd say we need now to start having, shadow, if it's shadow cabinet ministers, even the chairs, so that then as you criticize, you just don't criticize the government for the sake of criticism, but you want to do it from an informed point of view, and not just to critique, but you also need to add value. Because what I normally say, the election period is just a process and a timeline. Then so what happens after that? We are all Kenyans. If things go south, we are in this country. It doesn't matter. It is very easy for me to go to Murang'a and people tell me things are bad and I tell them, niliwaambia. So, nimewasaidia. Kama niliwaambia so. So the thing is, what am I contributing to? What can I be able to help the Wanjiko, the person who is on the ground, for the life to be better? Because I have a chance to be in parliament. And so that's what we wanted, but our former political party leader never met with us.
Your former political leader?
Yes, and it is in the constitution, so I don't think this is really something that is very difficult, because it
for
is
him to meet.
It's after
an election.
An election, a former president who is benefiting from the benefits of a retired president is not allowed or should not participate in any political party. He's supposed to become a statesperson and just an advisor. And so what might be he failed to do, he would have within the 6 months, he would have just appointed somebody. Even when they did the NDC, that was also again declared by the court that it was illegal. It was not well formulated. He would have just declared somebody and said, so and so is going to be an acting party leader until NDC meets, and maybe we jipanga kidogo.
So was that the problem? Because I think now we're going back to the point where we're all asking the question, so what exactly is wrong? What
is the leadership? I would say it's the leadership.
If we try to point at something and say somebody insulted somebody and that's why this whole thing blew up, we can't find. Did somebody take over a position by force? We can't find. And so we're asking what happened. From a ruling party in the country, right? that has its merit. And then you also talk about something very important, Mweshmi. When you talk about what can we do to help the Wanjiku, I will forever be the champion of the people who are looking at their party and saying, what on earth is happening? And so I think that before we even get to what can be solved or who is sitting where or who has said whatever, what is the problem? What's the issue?
What we lacked in Jubilee was leadership. And I don't really want to go back because it's something that looks like blame game. Because by the time even we lost Juja and then we came to Kiamba, we raised some red flags and we said things need to be done differently. It was not done. So we went into this coalition, and just for you, if you remember, the decision that we are joining Azimio and our presidential candidate is going to be Raila Amolo Odinga was like 3 months too. So it was actually in March. So we had like only 4 months to really even sell our candidates, and we did our best. I'll tell you the percentage that Baba got in, maybe in the mountain, he has never got, he's always on 0 points, and he got more than 14-15%. So we tried our best. We went out there. Some of us did not even vie for any position because we would not have managed to vie for my position and also do the national politics. And we made those decisions. We made several sacrifices. But even after the sacrifices, we lacked leadership. Because once you lose, people lose and they mourn in different ways. They grieve. Some people will do it very fast. Some people are affected in a bigger way. And that's why we, as a party, we needed to sit down and say, so what's next? When we sought for that leadership, we didn't get it. So when even the Azimio started having their own parliamentary group meeting, would just know from some groups that they are meeting. We were never officially invited. And so Kioni would go. It's a parliamentary group. He's speaking on behalf of parliamentarians. And so we are the members of parliament, we don't have a voice. And so that's what, by February this year, we met. And we met in Naivasha and we met with the NEC. And the majority of the NEC members were for the opinion that for us to survive, we need to change the leadership. The leadership changes were done and they were communicated to the registrar of political parties.
Yes.
And of course, then what followed was drama because then there was this NDC that was called by the former president with, I think, 1 or 2 members of parliament. I think it was 1. So then it was not constituted well. We went to court and the court said, reinstated actually, that the Kanini is now the official SG. And what the NEC had decided, that was what was decided by the political parties. But what happened? Kioni appealed. So where we are in court today, the cases that are there are just based on that decision, and they have appealed, and we are waiting. And that's why I said I don't want to really dwell on that matter that is in court. But basically, what were we looking? We're looking for a voice of Jubilee. If you look at the setup and the arrangement, when issues are being discussed or are being discussed in Azimio, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka would come in and fight for his people as Wiper leader. Then, of course, Baba would come in and fight for his people as ODM, as we didn't have anyone to fight for us.
There's Jeremiah Kioni.
Jeremiah Kioni is not our political party leader. He did not represent us. And he also did not represent our view.
General of your party.
He is not for now. He's not our party. But then he was the Secretary General. Yes. But even if he was the Secretary General, you cannot go and present our issues without asking us or without sitting down with us. And that's what I said. What lacked was leadership. If Kioni just came down and asked us, so what do we do? What would you want us when we go for this parliamentary group meeting? What would you want us to speak about? By then, we even had Honorable Arama, who was supposed to be now the person who was supposed to speak on our behalf of Jubilee. But he was also not involved. And so that ignoring us and lack of, involving all the members, you should ask yourself then if Kioni was a good SG, how come even today, and I think you saw a meeting that we did last week, that out of the 28 members of parliament, he only has 2 members of parliament. Out of the entire NEC members of 28, actually they have 4. The 3 who were actually removed from the NEC. And 1 more person. So we are not doing this for our own interest. What would want is a Jubilee party to go back. I always say, even when there was Mandamano, I said it was very sad for me to see them destroying the expressway, which was some of the things that as a party we are proud of. We said we brought the expressway. There are many things that are happening now. There are projects that were started by Jubilee Party that we are fighting for them to be concluded. I was at home yesterday, the Mau Mau roads. There are those things that have stalled. and as a party would fight for those projects to continue and be finished.
Let's continue this conversation shortly. 28 minutes after 9, time for a break. Sabina Chege is nominated Member of Parliament under the Jubilee ticket, and she is the whip for the Jubilee Parliamentary Group in Parliament. Senior? Okay. Tell her about flying with Emirates.
So you can imagine when you're flying, and you imagine that if you're going to fly with your family and little ones, you have to remember so much: where they put their goggles, if they have enough snacks, and whether you're going to make it all to the airport. Well, thankfully, when it comes to your flight, Emirates has everything taken care of. Do you have a fussy eater? No problem. They can tuck their tasty meals, and they will be in a perfect situation to enjoy the flight. You won't hear "I'm bored" with over 100 dedicated kids channels, and they can giggle away at their favorites from CBeebies and Nickelodeon, or you can have family movie night on board with a Disney classic. It's non-stop fun all the way on board, with free toys from friends to cool activity packs. You do get so much more when you travel on Emirates Economy. Emirates, fly better.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Fly better to your dream destination with Emirates. Whether it's seeing Big Ben and the famous red buses in London, family adventures in Dubai, or discovering ancient wonders and bazaars in Istanbul. But remember, it's not just about where you're going, it's also about how you get there. Fly Emirates and start your holiday with delicious regional dining, complimentary drinks, outstanding service, and award-winning entertainment. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Yeah! It is a jackpot, man! This is a great investment opportunity for you! You've been looking for a plot, right? The Username Investment Limited brings to you the D-Light! The D-Light is 20 minutes drive from Nakuru City, 300 meters from Salga Town. How about the price? It's an amazing offer of 799,000 Kenya shillings for an 8-acre plot. Join us for a free site visit every Wednesday and Saturday. Pick a point at Nairobi's Kencom at 7 a.m. and Nakuru West Side Mall at 8:30 a.m. To reserve your seat right now, send an SMS of the word Nakuru to 20321. Send an SMS of the word Nakuru to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service for all your courier needs. We deliver.
Okay, traffic coming in from the Pagani underpass is still pretty heavy, and also looking at some of it coming off Jogo Road into the CBD. Everywhere else, I think we'll have an A-OK time. Traffic Tuesday morning has not been too bad. Keeping an eye on things through the rest of the morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Spice FM, also live on YouTube and Facebook, shortly going live on KTN News with the Honorable Sabina Chege, the Jubilee Party Whip and nominated Member of Parliament. So, Mheshimiwa, so at what point then did you in Parliament decide to cross over into Kenya Kwanza?
One, we are not in Kenya Kwanza.
At what point did you decide to start attending Kenya Kwanza meetings? And with whose blessings?
With our own blessings. Sometimes we don't need to be blessed by anybody because we didn't have leadership. That's why I've told what ailed Jubilee was leadership. Because even when we were in trouble, when we needed to consult, we had no one to consult. And by the way, even the issue of removing Kioni started with Morade. The first meeting we met as the National Management Committee. That was the first discussion because everybody was dissatisfied. And sometimes, which I would say is an assumption, that when Murade speaks is what might be our former boss wanted. And so after that, we decided we'll either, there's a story in the Bible about the people who had leprosy, and they were locked outside the city. And they were dying. So they said, if we sit here, we will die out of hunger. If we go to the city, we might be killed, but we might be killed when we have eaten something. So they moved, but God gave them their steps. There was this loud sound that people were afraid that a big army was coming. So they ran away, and they were able to survive, and they saved even their community. So for us as the Jubilee leaders, who were very few, who God gave us second chance to serve at this 13th parliament, because, as I said, majority of our members didn't manage or they didn't make it. So we decided if we sit here, the party will die. We need to go out there. And by the way, reaching out and even going to Kenya Kwanza doesn't mean that we have to agree with everything else that they do. But again, as I said, we don't have to criticize everything for the sake that we were not together. Our first step, we went to see the deputy president. And our main concern, especially the people who are from the mountain, the first step was actually the members of parliament from the mountain. And we were very few, because we were concerned about the huge number of our people who are in government who are being, for lack of a better word, being chased away. Every Friday, people are waiting. And so we asked him, it doesn't matter, these people are from our community. They serve the government of the day. People who work for the government, they serve the government of the day. So why would you just sit down pretty and you see your people are just being removed from the positions? That was our first concern. Because these are government officials. You cannot come and remove me from my position because I serve the government that Uhuru Kenyatta was leading, and maybe you had disagreement with Uhuru. And so we said, can't you give these people a chance to work? And that was our beginning of our conversation. The second conversation was, there was a petition of Honorable Muga, who has now left us. I said, that's why I said some of us are at night and during the day they are on the other side. Honorable Muga, and he was being challenged by Bogwa, that this is a Starehe constituency. Then we had another one for Honorable Kwenya from Kinangop. And these are people. And we said, you got the government. Why do you want to take these people through another, court process? These people even doing with Jubilee, they tried. That's why I said for the Honorable Kwenya was easier. But he said for Honorable Mwago, we might need to consult the president to talk to Bogwa to drop the case. So that's how our journey started. It was not a journey that we were going to do anything else. When we met the president, I personally told him, Your Excellency, the same thing. I am a bit worried on the government officials, and this was not just from our community, who are being removed from their positions because they were in the former. And I asked him, why are you not part of that government? Why would you want to remove people from their positions unless they have really done something that they are jeopardizing your government? You need to give them a chance. And
so that's where the conversation began. That was my conversation. So the conversation was really, from what you're saying now, it was not necessarily that Jubilee was going to ask for a position within the Kenya Kwanza coalition. No. But what you're saying is that you went to ask about people from the region who were then being removed because they formed part of the previous administration. Yes. That's all right.
And when we get even to the presidency, it was not just people from our region.
Optics, however.
It was Jubilee, it was former.
It was just people who formed the former administration. But we knew every Friday, we were all waiting
for the Gazette notice.
And we asked him, why would you want these people? Actually, I said, some of these people, maybe their relatives are the one who even voted for you. Some of them even voted for you, may never know. But because there was a lot of, how the things were in the past government, I said, you're also in this government. Why would you want to remove somebody unless they are not performing? And he said, actually, we have had that conversation with my deputy president. We have decided to go slow on these things and we'll give them time. And for us, we were very happy. So the other thing, the people...
And for that reason, you decided to cooperate with Kenya Kwanza?
No, we did. That was not the only reason. After that, actually, our colleagues, they were like, how did you guys go? What were you going to speak about? And we had to explain to them, it was not just about Jubilee. We went as a team. First was a team from Mount Kenya. And so from there, we had a discussion with the president. And we said, we would want to participate in building the nation. We don't want just to be the people who are going to be criticizing and saying these are not working, but we want to be part of the solution. And how would you even be part of the solution? How often do you meet with the president? How often would you even give him a piece of your mind or even contribute to what they are doing? And we said, if we are given a chance, we would want to participate. But we have no written agreement that we are working or we are going to join Kenya Kwanza. And we were very independent. We said, as a Jubilee party, because we have a good membership, we want to remain independent so that when things are not right, we'll be able to stand and tell you things are not right. We are the people who will tell you the truth. When things are okay, we will be able to join you and also support you without being told by the other side of Azimio, you don't support because this is politics and you don't want to support the government.
Sure, that makes sense. But Moshima, you must understand how it looked. Optics are very important in all of this.
Yes.
You can imagine, no sooner than had you had this internal tiff with whomever, it was even called the size. It was the Kioni versus Keg. That's how it looked, right?
Yeah.
K versus K. Then you went to another KK and had a conversation about what you're saying. But what it looked like for everybody else was that you're taking the party and its business to the ruling coalition to do one of two things. One, remain relevant as a party, or number two, remain relevant as political individuals in the country.
Or both.
Or both.
Yeah.
And we cannot take away the importance that optics plays here. Did you play along to that tune?
No, and I think I've explained why and the steps that made us even to take those steps. And even today, I don't regret it. Because sometimes if you're so afraid of perception or what people think about you, then you'll never move. You lock yourself in the house and start crying and say, we lost and we wait for the next 5 years. And so what will you tell people that you did for the next 5 years? Or what was your contribution? Sometimes you have to gain access so that you are able to make decisions also and influence. Remember, as part of the opposition, we do not have really a very active role if it comes to even the committees where a lot of things are done in Parliament. The ruling party always have a higher number of members in any committee.
Yes.
So sometimes even your decision and what you have to contribute, it becomes very difficult. But when you are part of the team and you can be able to say, here, things are not going right, not just for the sake of you being seen like opposition, because what do politicians do? And it's very easy to be in opposition. Today, if I just want to stand and criticize what the government is doing, I've become very popular. It happens. But what politicians must remember, and I'm one of them, and I see myself much more of a leader than a politician, because I would not overpromise. I would not tell people, if I was in this position, I would have done this different to make you happy. But for sure, I know it is not possible. Or things cannot work the way I am telling people. And that's what happened to many politicians who don't make it back, because you come in with promises, with things that you can be able to do, and you convince people, I am the magician. I am going to perform miracles. And after 2-3 years down the line, you have not even performed half a miracle. You have not even done half of what you promised. So it is good to be real.
So you don't want to be confrontational with the majority side. You decided that let's have a conversation.
Yes.
Let's always approach matters in a conversational manner.
In an objective way.
This is the same Jubilee that had a handshake in 2018. So it's the same spirit that you are taking to this one.
We followed, actually at some point.
Kenya Kwanza does not like handshake.
But now what is this dialogue that is happening?
It's dialogue.
It is handshake.
It
is just with another name. You see, that sounds real.
So is that what you are taking to Kenya Kwanza?
Initially,
as
for us,
members, elected members and nominated members of Parliament of Jubilee, you wanted some sort of cooperation with Kenya Kwanza?
You know, what happened when the Azimio decided they're going on the streets? We said we don't believe in demonstrations. We said we don't believe in destruction of properties. We said we don't believe in, delays where there were Mondays or, there were Mondays and Wednesdays or Thursdays that people could not go to work, our children could not go to school, because you want to be heard. There are various ways of negotiations, and we asked for dialogue. For us, we said, one of the reasons why we were left, and it's true, Kenya Kwanza by that time, they did not believe in handshake because they were not in the position of power. Or they did not, they felt like other people came to take in. And by the way, Eric, this is the same thing that even the UDA people feel about us. They're not very comfortable sometimes with us.
When they see you.
Yes, they feel like we are coming to take up their space. Like we fought so much for this. Why are you taking our space? But it's not about it. Kenya is bigger than Sabina.
Okay.
Kenya is bigger than any other person.
So question then, Moshimura.
Yes.
Since this good relations that you formed with Kenya Kwanza, can you list a couple of benefits that you've been able to advocate, things that would have not worked if you are speaking from the aisles of the minority,
Yes.
but because you're able to cross over to the other side and shake hands with Kenya Kwanza, the position that the Jubilee Parliamentary Party has taken on certain matters has actually been adopted by Kenya Kwanza.
I wouldn't...
Two issues.
I wouldn't be able to name or to be very, very specific on specific issues, because what has happened is that parliamentary issues that we have done, we have not come in as negotiators as Jubilee. Because immediately we went into this kind of arrangement, then we went to court and we have been fighting. But one of the things I would say we have achieved, which is one thing, is for Jubilee to have its own stand and its own voice in Parliament. For Jubilee to be recognized as a parliamentary party, that one for us was a big win for us, and I would say it's a selfish win. Because now with that, we will be able now to stand as a parliamentary party and say our stand as Jubilee Party is this one. Not our stand as coalition in Kenya Kwanza or a coalition in Azimio. And that one just happened, was it a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago? It has been a battle. And our members also, majority of them remember, and yesterday there was also another court case with our MCs in Nairobi. Our members were being whipped. They couldn't work. If you give a different opinion, they were being removed from their political parties. So for now, there's no member of parliament of Jubilee Parliamentary Party who can be removed from their own committee unless I, as a whip, write a letter to do the same. So now they are cushioned. They can be able to now practice with independency. That's what the same thing happened. They removed all our MCAs who were aligned to our side at the Nairobi County. Yesterday there was a court ruling that they were given stay orders until their case is heard and determined.
What does this recognition mean to those of us who don't understand this politics?
What it means that...
It means that now Jubilee is a third force in the House?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Why does this need to
because we need to be
declared?
independent. We need to have our own stand. As I said, what happens in politics is that there are political decisions that are done, but there are also objective positions that are done. If a matter is of importance, a matter that benefits our people, even if the coalition that we belonged to before felt that we don't need to support because they want to sabotage the government, we will have our own say. If the government does something that is not right, we will also have our own. We will not say we are part of this government coalition and we'll just be whipped to go and vote.
But
so we will vote.
Deceit?
Sorry?
Isn't this deceit? Because officially,
Yes.
Jubilee is a member of the Azimio coalition.
Where are we a member? After 3 months that I've told you, there is no written agreement.
Did you
And
write
I also,
to leave?
And we have already written to leave.
Did you
We
leave?
did. Yes, we
is
left.
Jubilee out of Azimio? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
it is out. We have papers, we wrote to them, we even gave notice, and we even wrote to the Register of Political Parties. We are out.
Under whose
leadership? I want to see.
When did Jubilee leave?
Immediately after the
under whose
90 days.
leadership for execution? Because this is the thing, it's really confusing here. You've said that one of the reasons why we cannot discuss certain things because it's still in court, right?
Yes.
And then you've also said now that Jubilee has left Azimio.
Yes.
Right? But then there's still some people who say they are the leaders who are saying we're still front
That
and
is
center.
Kioni and Murade, who are not
Front
members
and
of parliament, who are not the decision makers out of the parliamentary group decision that we made.
Secretary General
out of
and
28
Deputy Party Leader.
He is not he's not as per the even at the
He
Register
sat
of
in
Political
this chair
Parties
3 days ago.
and said he's a
And
Secretary
told
General.
us- No, that's
he's the-
Kioni. We're talking about Murade now.
He's
Who
the
sat
acting
here and said he's the acting
chairman
of the party.
It is okay to act because that's why I said I don't want to go into that matter because the matter is in court. Because what is being appealed is that when the Kioni, Morade, and Kagwe were removed from, they actually were removed from the party. So that was as per the court they have appealed. So I don't want to go into that details so that I don't want to be told about a concept of court. So I don't want to go through that drama. It has been too much drama. But all I want to say is this: if you look at Baba, who was our presidential candidate for Azimio, look at the history from 2002. What happened after the elections? Have any coalition remained that was under the leadership of Baba? It goes up to the elections time. After that, there's a spill. Go to NAC, 2002. Then you go to 2007. There was CORD. There was NASA 2013. And you see the situation we are in, even at 2017. Remember, Wiper was in the similar position, where they even had to fight for one of their members to be given the position of a parliamentary service commissioner. So it's something. It's history repeating itself, and so we don't need to really belabor.
We can belabor this one. We can belabor this one. Let me tell you why.
If you look at the coalition agreements, what happens?
Yes.
They expire 90 days after the elections. So you're supposed to have a meeting and agree that we are going to have a way forward, and this is how we are going to work. Have such a meeting ever happened? No.
The law that you spearheaded as Jubilee last year before the election was to amend the Political Parties Act to create some mongrel called a coalition political party.
Yes.
Which said that the membership of the coalition political party shall be in individual political parties.
Yes.
And it also stipulates at what point you can enter this and at what point you can leave.
Yes.
You cannot leave before 90 days.
90 days were long
And the
gone.
process for leaving is also stipulated in that law.
Yes.
That you shall write to the leadership of the coalition political party
We have done it.
as a party and signal your desire to exit.
We have done it. Our NEC members, and I again want to take you back on the background when you ask which leadership decided, because our former political party leader is now out. So we have the NEC, which has 28 members. 24 out of 28 members wrote and made a decision that we are leaving Azimio, and actually gave a notice before the 90 days. So everything that the law, everything that had to be followed, we have followed to the letter.
So as far as you're concerned,
yes.
On what date did Jubilee leave Azimio?
Automatically after 90 days, when you have written and there have no response that was done, that automatically you leave.
So
and again,
from that
I also
point,
want to remind you,
ceased being a member of the minority political coalition.
We are still in the minority because we're not in government. But now we're in the minority.
Not a minority in the minority coalition.
Not in the coalition. We are not in any coalition.
Okay.
And that is it's very clear. Number two,
But
Azimio is a
recently,
parliamentary
Sabina,
party.
Yes.
You see, there was Azimio political party.
Yes.
It's also good that you know.
Yes.
That only had 2 members.
Yes.
Which was the presidential candidate and the deputy. And so Azimio political party does not even exist in parliament. It has no single member. But our Azimio coalition, as it were before, it existed. After 90 days, there is nothing that has, even with the registrar of political parties, nothing has been deposited with the registrar. And so after 90 days, and we had written our desire to exit, our NEC decided the same, and nobody responded to us. So naturally, we exited.
So it was natural.
Yeah.
From that point on, Jubilee was not part of Azimio.
Because there was nothing else that was agreed
so
on.
Jubilee could not be recognized as part of the coalition of the minority.
No, we are in the minority, but not in any coalition.
You're not in the coalition of the minority.
No.
So why did you remain as the minority deputy whip?
Because we are still minority. And I still have 28 members that we lead in parliament. So we are still in minority. And that's why I was a minority whip. Even before the speaker declared us as an independent political party or parliamentary party, we had written long ago to the speaker and said, after 90 days, we would want us to be recognized as per our standing orders as a parliamentary political party.
Okay.
And then we also want to have our own leadership. And that's what the speaker did. Though it took a lot of time. We do not want to, again, complain about it.
Okay.
But finally, what we fought for, we got.
So in your mind and in your books as Jubilee, since you're not part of the minority coalition,
but we are a minority political
but
party.
you are a minority group in parliament,
yes,
could you form leadership of the minority?
Yes, we could.
So why were you removed?
Because Azimio,
as deputy minority whip.
And they replaced me with Mwenje, by the way.
Why were you removed?
Because they felt that I was not agreeing with their stand. But the reason, anyway, let me first start by this. I was not called to be told I'm being removed. I was not even being told the reasons why I was removed. But if I would say, maybe I was removed because I refused to go for maandamano.
I think you automatically removed yourself.
I said I'm not going for maandamano.
When you, as a member of Jubilee, exited the coalition.
But now, what we were asking for, yes. You see what they did for us in the Senate? They removed Fatuma Dolo as the whip of the minority and replaced with Olekina. So what they wanted to do, the same thing in Parliament, was to remove me and replace us with an ODM person. And I told them, this position, even if I'm to leave, it's not Sabina's position. But as Jubilee, because we are 28 members and we are minority, we need to be recognized. That's why they went, and actually the only reason Mwenje is with them, it was because he was promised that position. And he's not going to hold it for a long time. Those people are con. He's not going to hold it for a long time. And watch this space. I'm not a prophetess of doom, but these people, after the elections, they do not sustain any coalition. And I've told you, look, from 2002, 2007, 2013, Wiper itself, it's only that Kalonzo now has become very strong. What happened even to Kioni himself? Kioni, as a Jubilee member, was not made part of the negotiation table because he's not a member of parliament. He was just given or nominated as a clerk to the dialogue. Then what happened finally? You saw Kioni and Martha Karua and I think Eugene Wamalwa saying they do not support the stand of the talk. They have formed some Nicole Kamwene. So I don't want to talk about Kamwene today, but maybe another day we'll talk about it. Yeah.
So, Mwashimiwa, you know what we've done is that we've gone around and we've come back to this position whereby we're still saying the way that all of this looks, it would appear as though there's personal vendettas that are trying to be sorted. Everybody's trying to lick their wounds and then look for a position of relevance. And then one must ask the question that where a political party plays in a country's politics is very important. But it looks like there's a lot of mudslinging going on, number one. Number two, again, everybody fighting for their own posterity, right? Wants to be the whip, doesn't want to be the whip. Is there a party leader? Is there no party leader? It looks as though the entire party needs to just crumble this house of cards and start afresh. That's what it looks like, if it's going to manage.
What we have to do is that Jubilee must survive. We have no option. We cannot kill Jubilee. It must survive. We must go to the grassroots, and Jubilee Party must grow.
Doesn't matter who's in the leadership.
Whether I'm going to be the culprit, whether I'm going to be the person to suffer or not, it doesn't matter who is going to. It's not about Sabina. Jubilee Party is a party that have been there before. So for us, we are only custodians. And by the way, once we finish with all these court cases and we're able to hold our NDC, their members will decide who they want to become the leadership. We are only holding on. We are holding brief.
If that's the case, if that happens, would you stay in the party? If the members decide, would you stay in the party? So it's a Jubilee thing and not a leadership.
Of course. I also want to remind you that we have a party leader who has now retired. We made sacrifices because of that party. So who does the party belong to? To their members. I made a personal commitment to remain in Jubilee even when things were very thick. So now that I'm a nominated person in Parliament by Jubilee Party, I am the person who should protect Jubilee. And so I am not there to protect the interest of ODM or Wiper or even Azimio. My first interest is to protect Jubilee because we must look at the future. I am also a young politician. So there's no way I would be clapping and following people because I just want them, them to have a feel good. But then I'm not also looking at myself. Politics is also about survival. So it is important, and this is it is important for us. Even when I go back to the grassroots, and things are very now different. I'll go and ask where. So we are still in this Jubilee Mulikata, and they laugh. I said them want to do the recruitment. Are you guys going to join the Jubilee? I can tell you half of the people who had left Jubilee are now back. The number of calls I get and people saying, please don't kill this party. We want this party to remain. We want to rejoin back the Jubilee Party. It's going to be one of the influential parties in Kenya. The problem with our political party might be the way the setup has been. Apart from ODM Party and Wiper might be that has survived for a long time, parties keep on mutating. And what do political parties stand for? If you look at America, you're either a conservative or a Democrat, and just that's it. But here, it's about this political party is being led by Sabina, and I like Sabina. I want to follow Sabina.
Yes.
The next time, it's about so and so. I am following. But what do those political parties believe in? Do they even have do they have structures? Do they have a stand? Or do you?
And I think that's a question we should ask you.
Yes, we do. That's why we have remained. That's why you have said we don't want Jubilee Party to go down. Because at the end of the day, we need a party that will survive even after Sabina. But political parties, what we are doing now, we use them as vehicles to take us to a destination. The way you enter Matatu, this Matatu, it gets you to Machakos bus stop. Then after that, you abandon that one and you get to the next one. It's really a very bad thing. For us to have stability even in politics, for us even to have people to believe in us. Because what has been happening, and which is very unfortunate, every other political cycle, when we get now to 2027, will come up with a narrative that is very attractive to people. And then people will run and say, yes, we want to support this political party because we feel they represent us. Then immediately Kenyans get disappointed. I thought you said. Why? Because we only use political parties and do some gimmicks and brand it as this is what we believe in. Then after that, it dies. I want to say, heads up even to Raila Amolo Odinga. He has managed, he has never attained leadership anyway, but he has managed even when he went to his handshake, his people still somehow followed him. Now when he came back and lost, his people followed him to Andamano. Now that he has decided he's now with this dialogue thing that is happening, his people are following him. There might be something they see in him and they believe in him. But what happens to a lot of us is that we abandon when this political party, we feel like this one, if I follow it, I'm not going to win. So we use political parties also only as vehicles to win. So that's why you've seen our people voting, and especially our area, we are very much affected. We follow the wave. But ask yourself, once you follow this wave, is it going to be sustainable? And I think from lessons of 2017, when I think I want to start from 2013 when I came into politics, 2017, and now what happened in 2022, we are hoping by 2027, we will fight a little bit, but for the good. And my prayer is by next year, we'll stabilize, we will sit, we'll reconcile all of us, for the good of the party, not for the good of individuals. I wish I can meet Kioni, shake his hand. I wish our former political party leader can actually call over of us and say, well, what do you guys want? So that we also hear from us. As a leader, one of the things that a leader should do is listen. And because we are the people who remained, we are the remnants, actually. We are the people, when they talk about royalty, I feel a bit sometimes like I don't understand my former political party leader, because when he goes to a place and say, I'm still in Azimio, is he in Azimio? What is Azimio? Is he not supposed to be looking at his political party not to die? Because sometimes you first manage your own small family before you now go to the Jumuiya and to the small Christian community and to the Chama.
Sabina, after the elections,
yes,
it's been more than a year.
Yes.
Have you had a conversation with Uhuru Kenyatta?
No. I've not had.
Have you called him? Have you reached out to Uhuru Kenyatta?
We tried. And I told you until he met the former members of parliament who lost. After that, he went missing in action. He went quiet.
What would you like to tell him now as we conclude?
Is that we respect him. We appreciate the work he did for Kenyans. And he should not treat us as enemies. He should reach out also to us. And he should listen to our side. Jubilee Party is a big political party for a few individuals to bring it down. And so for him, for us, even when we went to the Jubilee Party where we were and we were chased away, we had called him and said, you are our person who started this party, call all of us, let's sit down and discuss, which never came to pass. So we still respect him. We pray for him. Okay. Because we actually don't know who bewitched him, and we would wish that things go well. That
He's
he can
praying
be able,
for you, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Sabina Shege, thank you very much
we can be able to actually tell him he did a good job, so he should not feel like
he has to hide from it.
It's 10 a.m. Time for us to leave the studio. Sabina Shege, nominated MP and whip of the Jubilee Parliamentary Party, has been our guest. See you again tomorrow. Time for the news.
Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni is not the party leader. In an interview with SpiceFM, Sabina Shege said that unlike other affiliated parties in Azimio coalition, the interests of Jubilee members have been neglected, reiterating that Kioni does not represent the party.
If you look at the setup and the arrangement, when issues are being discussed or are being discussed in Azimio, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka would come in and fight for his people as Wiper leader. Then, of course, Baba would come in and fight for his people as ODM.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Kioni is not our political party leader. He did not represent us.
Shege has defended a decision to support Kenya Kwanza government, saying that the party was pushed that direction by ODM party within the Azimio coalition. She says ODM party completely failed to show goodwill to other parties within the Azimio coalition, while criticizing retired President Uhuru Kenyatta for failing to show good leadership.
When we were to look for the person who was to represent us as the commissioner, Parliamentary Service Commission, Jubilee Party was supposed to have a person, but our position was taken by ODM, and they didn't care anyway. So currently, as we stand, Jubilee has no commissioner. ODM took 2, Wiper took 1, so we are treated like we are actually not even that, because Wiper is number 4, we are number 3. If you look at the House leadership, even when they were giving us the positions, the leader of minority went to ODM, the whip went to ODM, the deputy minority then leader was supposed to go to Jubilee because we are number 3, but he went to Wiper.
Competition Authority of Kenya is in place to create sanity in the country among business entities. Boniface Makongo, Director CA, says that they are there to make sure that you are protected while going about your businesses on a daily basis. He told SpiceFM that they regulate the market to make sure that a case of dominance is not witnessed.
We are charged with regulation of both the market structure and market conduct, and we also equally have a consumer protection mandate. It's basically how entities are aligned in any particular sector. With the regulation of market structure, we